am using my headphones and my earphones, well, the earphone jack, with in conjunction with my phone. And we're getting ready to get the cook started. So, like I said, hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Can you let me know if you can hear me all right? Sorry about the shakes. Let's see. We got Captain Newbie. What's up, Russell? How you doing? Uh, Jake, how you doing? Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Quester J, what's going on, man? Been a minute. I always like to see you. I'm glad to see you when I see you doing your gardening and other things like that. All right. Darian said, sounds good. All right. So, some of you guys have been around and some of you guys know. Can you guys tell me who this is right here? Who is this lovely, I won't say young lady. Who's this lovely lady there? Those of you guys can tell me who that is. What's up? Darian said I sound good. Captain Newbie says, yup, he can hear me. Hey, yo! Darian says, Vicky. Grandpa says, be back shortly. Alton running late. All right, Quester J. That's a darn smoker. That's Darren on the smoker. Oh. All right. So let's see. How is everybody doing this evening? Hopefully you guys can hear me all right. I'm sorry I'm a little bit wet. It is raining here. I don't know if you can hear that outside or not. That's not Darren the smoker. That is not Bessie. That is Vicky, actually. Anthony said I can smell the smoke from here. Scott, great name. He says, hey from Memphis. Question J says, I'm drugged up a little, maybe. All right. Actually, Bessie is behind the camera. Nano says, hey, yo. Tony, what's going on? All right, so I have not started the smoker yet. I am going to walk you guys through this entire process of me getting the smoker started, and you guys can kind of watch. So unfortunately, I am not going to be able to keep up with the comments for right now. Let's see. Pat says, hey, thanks for all the catering advice last season. The event went great last week. Nice. Captain Newbie said, yeah, we just got dumped on in Jersey. Smokes is mad at. Hey, Mimi, how you doing? Hey, Dashing everybody, she says. Manny from California, what's going on? Kevin Sinclair, can we see what we are cooking? Yes, indeed, I sure will show you guys in a little bit. Callaway Barbecue says, Dash, what's up, brother? Love the Patreon. Well, thank you very much, man. Thank you. For those of you guys who do not know, I do actually have a Patreon. And those of you guys who are on the Patreon, you get early access to the videos. So the video that will be going live tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern time has actually been already uploaded, and it is available for the patrons to see. So if you guys want to get a piece of that action, and basically you can get access to the videos early. Also, you can have access to me. I'm a message away. Justin will tell you that Justin is one of the guys. Justin from Papa Bear's Barbecue. He's one of the guys. Excuse me, he shoots me messages, not all the time, but every now and again, asking questions or proposing show topics. So that's another one of the things too. You can kind of help guide the conversation, and if you have a specific question or something you want to talk about, if you're a patron, you get to, I won't say no, what am I thinking? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So let's see. Z-Wist 222 says, let's get to cooking. Roderick says, what it do new to the channel? What's going on? What's up, Jimmy? What up, B? B says, what up, barbecuers? I'm sorry, I have you on a older tripod here in my garage, and it is a little janky. Joseph says, Dash, you are my YouTube favorite. All right. And Matt Q says, good to see you back in the garage. Man, we're not even gonna talk about that. So I am over here, and I'm gonna get to getting. Let's put it that way. So I already have the Vicky cleaned out, and I don't think I need. No, I'll be good. So I have Vicky cleaned out. The bottom is empty and ready for some water. But first thing we have to do is I'm going to get the cook started by, and I'm going to do this just so I don't have to worry about that flying back on me. Alright, so I know some of you guys have seen me do this before, and I'm trying to to be mindful of where I stand because I have the GoPro set up off to the left of you guys. So I will hopefully have this maybe possibly as a standalone video for for the channel at some point. The wood that I'm using today, I think it's apple. I'm not sure if it's apple or not, but I have a couple limbs that I'm just going to put down on the bottom here. And then the next thing I'm going to do is have some charcoal briquettes. I'm going to put at the bottom, about a third of the way. Get that spread out and down. And then I'm going to follow it up with some lump briquettes. And the reason I mix it, and I've talked about this before, is the briquettes a lot of times have smaller pieces, and you see some of those smaller pieces fell right down and out. And because of that, I put the briquettes down at the bottom so that they kind of catch all of the teeny tiny small pieces of the briquettes. Now, we're going to get this thing started. I would use the grill gun, but it is on the side of the house, so I can't use the grill gun. I'm using my weed starter if I can get it going. The screw at the top. This valve here is, of course, not going to work. The little knob here is not working, but that's fine. Now, next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this open so we have good airflow out. And come around. I have my hose set up. We're going to get some water down to the smoker. Last time I measured, I checked, this smoker holds like 10 gallons of water. Let me see if I can catch up a little bit on the comments. I got a cook start at 4 a.m. for a private event, so perfect timing. Nice, Jake. What's going on, Dash buddy? From Until Death Barbecue. How you doing? Bim Bim Lou, what's going on? Missed a few of the last few months. Well, Todd, no better time than the present. What on the bottom? I makes heavy smoke, but you're the pro. Nah, well, what's going to happen is the charcoal is going to burn, straight through, and it'll be fine. I swear. Sorry about the no problem. Do you find the lump burns faster than the briquettes? Yes, indeed. Burns much hotter and much faster. Going to hang out till I fall asleep. Long day, heavy. What? I'm trying to see the little heavy lifting shouldn't have been doing. Yeah, man, come on, what you doing? You trying to hurt yourself? All right. So the whole thing is, at this point, I'm leaving this open to make sure the fire is good and lit. while I fill it up with water. And I'm gonna probably fill this up about 6, 7/8, so 3/4 of the way probably. B said, loving the lump I got from Restaurant Depot, even though it's a bit sparky at the first. And you probably just saw that. I'm trying to think where I got this from. This lump I got from, I think I got it from Ace Hardware, honestly. But I do have some royal oak over there as well that is in the, the supply to get used up. So I'm sure it will get used up. Not too, it won't take too long. Jimmy says, Jay, what up? Hopefully all is well with you, aside from that, with the new house and everything. I say new house. Jay, you've been in there for a year or so now. Not so new any longer. All right, so now you guys see this thick, heavy white smoke coming out of here. I really wanted to get this thing started. Once I get it started, I get out of the garage and I let it do what it's gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna sit over towards the end of the garage, towards the door. So, and I'm gonna sit much lower. You guys will see this whole space will fill up with the whole space will fill up with smoke. And I don't want to be in here for that. So I get out. All right, we have the intake wide open. Let's get our door stop out of the way. We'll get the door closed. All right, and gloves. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is let this come up to temperature, and it's gonna come up to temperature. I'm gonna let it roll for an hour or so. Scrape them. Actually, while I'm standing here, scrape it. What I find is if I don't do this, I will have stuff falling onto the rack below. So we're gonna scrape this off real quick. And this is the stuff that comes off of it. It's just gunk and grease from the previous cook. I don't care what you do, try to get it off. There's always going to be some left. So scrape it before I get started, and then I'll let it get heated up, and then I'll spray it down with some water. Scrape it again. You guys can still, I won't say see me, but I'm trying to make sure, since I have one, a lot of times when I come out here and cook, I'll put on one of my older black t-shirts so that if I get a mess on myself, I try not to make a mess on myself rather. But since I'm doing a live stream, I needed to have on one of my shirts today. So I am wearing the gray shirt, and hopefully I don't get it dirty. All right, let's see here if I can catch up to some comments. Shannon says, do you fill one of water, a cook, or fill later two? Do I fill one full of water, cook, or fill it later two? What do you mean, Shannon? You saw me fill it with water right there. How long of a cook are you doing with that much water? So Todd, usually, I won't say usually, but I have brisket, I have pork shoulder, and I have chicken to cook tonight, as per the title of the video. And the fire because if you guys saw me, I only loaded about half of this charcoal basket. The fire will last in here probably about 5 or 6 hours. So after about 5 or 6 hours, I'll be ready to, the chicken will be finished, and I'll be ready to wrap up my brisket and my pork shoulder, and I'll take them all inside of the house and finish it in the oven. Time shift. Buenas noches. Lou says, hey, yo, Dash, happy cooking. Thank you, sir. Preston, Frady, what's going on? Dave says, everyone smash that like button. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. All right. Now, hopefully you guys can see the smoke is starting to, I'm going to move the camera up just a little bit so you guys can see. Smoke is starting to proliferate into the garage. Mike, how you doing? He says, hey, Dash. Captain Newbie says, don't be tracking that grease in the house. Mrs. Dash will beat your ass. Yes, indeed, man. Trust me. I do a check a lot of times. So like, I have some, here you go. I have a little bit on my arm here. So I like everybody else, old t-shirts, make their way out to the garage and they become rags. Zigzag Rambo says, you working on a car or something in there? I like cars too. So technically, I am. I have this, hold on. Oh, shoot. I'm about to take it off the mount when I could just pick up the whole damn thing. So I do work on cars in here as well. You guys can see oil and, you know, some of my impacts and my, you know, my tool cart there. That pickup truck is actually, it's going to go to one of my sons. Well, my oldest son, he doesn't want it to go to him, but little does he know, because the way the used car market is set up right now, because of everything going on, he about to get that one. That was my father-in-law's truck, and yeah. Question Jay says, cook a little extra for the fire department. Chef Schmitty, what's going on, man? Chef Schmitty, checking in for Westport, Pennsylvania. All right, so you guys can see the smoke that's coming off of this thing right now, and we are only a few minutes into the cook. And by a few minutes, you know, we're like 10 or 15 minutes in. I'm gonna let this go for about an hour, probably. And I will kind of just keep tabs on the temperature, and I will, let's get this set up in here. I'm trying to keep my hands as clean as possible because I am not going to be going back into the house to wash my hands. So let's keep my hands clean as possible. And all of that nasty, dirty initial smoke, we are going to just hold your breath when you open up your smokers. Pro tip, if you don't already. Like I said, I was trying to keep my hands clean so I can stay out here and talk to you guys. And we're going to see how we can manage this. But already my hands are, I should probably put some of the blue gloves on, but not yet. All right, so I have we're gonna get this going. All right, so I have my thermometer set up, and again, hopefully you guys can see the smoke isn't coming off as strong as it is on video as it is in person. So I'm going to move you guys closer to the edge of the garage here, and you'll have to pardon my light. I'm gonna get this all set up, hopefully, so you guys can see me a lot better. So some of you guys who are astute can see Bernadette behind me right here. I moved Bernadette into the garage because I was having some work done in the back of the house, and she had to move. She got evicted from the back of the house. So I'm gonna have to set up the camera again. So can you guys see how much smoke is coming out of there right now? Give me a couple moments to get the tripod set up and push down, and I'm gonna get comfortable and sit over here with you guys. All right. Okay. All right, so let's see here. I have a little light here because the light that's directly over my head, the garage door light, is covered up by the garage door, and obviously you can't see me. So let's see. Shashmini, all right. So Mike said Dash pours motor oil in his charcoal to get it going. I wish, man. That would be a rather effective use of used oil. All right, let's see. Luke says, how long will Vicky last on a full load of fuel? So one of the things that I found, and actually I can do this because this light is messing up my video. So we're gonna turn it off. Give me a second. All right. Let's see here. Perfect. Much better. Look at that. Should I turn off the one behind it too? Nah, it'll be all right. That one's, I can block it with my shoulder. And actually, let's turn that way so it won't be so bad. All right, let's see here. Okay, so Lou says, how long will Vicky last on a full load of charcoal? Probably 8 to 10 hours. That charcoal basket, I try not to fill it up and use that charcoal basket because what ends up happening is the heat gets very, very hot, and it just gets really unruly. B said, you need a big old exhaust fan. I actually had one in the window, in one of the windows, but it fell over and it disintegrated. It killed itself. Does your earbud have a mic in it? Yes, Jimmy. It is. There's a Bluetooth headphones, so it definitely does. Joshua says, my man, thanks to you and your videos, I am fully booked for 2 days this weekend. Nice catering on the lake down here in South Carolina. I saw Jimmy ask where in South Carolina. Preston says, my plan to come to Maryland had to be canceled. I need to figure out another way to order from you. Well, just keep me posted, Preston. Definitely. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I really do not want to ship anything right now. The Postal Service is, one, really expensive for overnight shipping, and two, very unreliable when it comes to anything but overnight shipping. KB says, all right, a live cook. Howdy, everybody. Yes, so I got the smoker started. I had Vicky started back there, and you can see the smoke. You guys just hang around and watch the smoke will dissipate. And one of the things I didn't do, but I usually call fire communications and talk to them, let them know that I'm starting the fire. But because it's raining and it's nighttime, I don't have to worry so much about that. Shannon says, how big are your briskets? So I actually got, so my order tomorrow, I have to be careful because I have light here trying to, shine some light on my face, so I have to watch out for the shadows, so I apologize. The order I have for tomorrow is for 10 pounds of brisket, 10 pounds of pork, and 10 pounds of chicken. Now, I have a funny story about the chicken. I will talk to you guys about that in a moment. But the briskets, I actually have two 10-pound briskets, or one is like 9.8 pounds, and the other is like 10.3 or 10.4 or something like that. So I know that by the time it's all said and done, I will have a 10-pound yield. The pork shoulder, I have like 18 and a half pounds of pork shoulder, and it's going to be close, but that should yield me 10 pounds as well. Mike says, you're good to go. Yes, indeed. All right. Jay says, I can smell it from over here. Yeah, buddy. So you guys can see the wind is moving the smoke. You guys can hopefully see the smoke there. And this is, I won't say what I deal with, but this is it. So I am sitting at the end of my garage, and actually I'll just show you. It'll be much easier. So you see my chair and you see my light there. That's where I'm sitting. And you see Bernadette, and you can see Vicky, and there's the back of the garage. The food is actually in it's in the black refrigerator over there. So I have it seasoned already, and normally I don't. So what I typically do is when I start my fire, I go inside and I season my meat, and I try to make my time or use of my time as effectively and efficiently as possible. So at this point, I would be normally back inside the house seasoning my food. Jimmy says, ask me how I know about the USPS. Yeah, man. Ron says, good evening from South Florida. What's going on? Preston said, understandable about the shipping. No problem. Fantasy Barbecue says, what up, y'all? Sorry I'm late. You do not need to apologize for being late. As long as you're here, you're on time. Shannon says, smoke looks good. Man, this is not the good smoke you want. This is the bad smoke. This is that initial dirty smoke. And this is why, like I said, typically I'm out of the garage and in the house at this point, and I'm seasoning up my food. So I feel like that is the most effective use of my time. But I wanted to, Wednesdays are our time to hang out. So I said, you know what better way to do something on a Wednesday when I have to cook for an event tomorrow is, we can hang out and we can talk. Yeah, Mike said that's the startup smoking. And you guys can see it really is much thicker here. And you see that thick white smoke there that's coming off of the smoker. And the lights are it's a little deceiving because you can see there we go. That's a little bit better. The lights are tripping out the camera, but you can see that thick, heavy white smoke. And so what I do with the thermometer? Right now, inside of the smoke chamber, can you see? It's only at 118 degrees. So we're nowhere near ready to cook on it yet. I usually try to let it get up to about 225 or so before I throw anything in there. But you'll see if you guys just be patient, the smoke will dissipate. The person said, "Are you drinking on any shine tonight?" No, I am not. So when I cook, I do not drink. Ask me how or why I don't cook and drink for the most part. Now, my wife did. She made we had some fresh oranges not so long ago, and she juiced them, and she put the juice inside of like it almost looks like a Capri Sun bag. You can get these, like you can make a drink and then put it in the bag and put it in the freezer. So it's like you can make your own juice at home, one of those type deals. And she juiced some oranges, and she used the frozen juice, and then she put some vodka in it. And she said it was too strong for her. So that'll be what I'll be drinking on a little later. But I left that in the house. I didn't have enough hands when I was coming out here earlier. And then I was saying that it's like thunderstorming, so you probably can still hear. Can you guys hear the lightning, the thunder, and see the lightning? Because it was raining here. We actually had a thunderstorm warning up until about 9 o'clock, right before I started. Lou said, yes, this is awesome. Shannon says, how long does it take to lose that thick white smoke and get that thin blue smoke? So about an hour. Usually, and when I say about an hour, usually what I end up doing is I'm not one to say I'm not going to put the food on until it does X, Y, and Z or it fully comes up to temperature. I just go and I season my meat, I season my food, and then I go. And if it's still like thick and nasty for 15-20 minutes, a half an hour until it like levels out and everything like that, it's not the end of the world. It really isn't. I kind of like, people always ask me, well, how long does it take? I don't know. I just get it started, and then when it feels right, I'll do this, or when it feels right, I'll do that. And the only thing I will keep an eye on is my chicken, because the chicken, it gets done faster because of where it is in the smoker. And I will talk to you guys about how I set up the smoker, but you guys can see that thick white smoke, and there we go. You guys see we are moving. We're coming up in temperature. So yeah, Preston said I got some great Tennessee firewater. Well, you sharing or what, man? Don't talk about it if you're not gonna share. Don't worry, I'll drink for you, Captain Newbie says. Yes, indeed. So Mike says about 45-60 minutes. Yep, 45 minutes to an hour. Definitely around that time frame. And like I said, that is usually just enough time for me to get everything seasoned, to get everything trimmed, and then I get it into the busboy pans, and I bring it out here. And like I said, if it's not finished doing this thick white 30 smoke by the time I come out here, by the time I finish opening up the smoker and getting it loaded, by the time I put the food in there, it's ready to go. Dash, you got 28 likes and 50 watching so far. Well, that's what's up, Fantasy Barbecue. Thank you very much for the update. Hey, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button for me. I'd greatly appreciate it. So at this point, hold on. There was a lightning strike. I'm trying to see how far away it is. Lightning is far away. I didn't hear thunder yet. All right, so to kind of catch you guys who have maybe just gotten here, I started Vicky, and I apologize. Actually, no, we're here. Let's do this. So I started Vicky. So Vicky's going back there, and I'm sitting at the edge of my garage here because I don't want to be in here with this thick white smoke. One of the good things is the smoke is it's being evacuated out the window from that exhaust that I have there, and two, it's staying higher up in the rafters of the garage, and while I'm sitting up low, I don't have to, I won't say quote unquote worry about it. Andrew, what's going on? Victor says, hey, how are you? How are the cicadas? They're not so bad, but does anybody, I guess there's probably folks here who've never seen a cicada. There is a cicada shell there. And I saw it a little earlier, and I said, oh man, look at that. But we have not gotten to the thick of it yet. I think it's just gonna get worse. But I have seen some. Not some, I've seen plenty. Brandon, he said, what's up? Nothing much, man. How you doing this evening? KB says, Dash is bringing the thunder tonight. Yeah, man. Sure enough, Mother Nature and me, we're tag teaming. Preston says, we will talk later about the firewater. I got you. Well, thank you in advance, good brother. Darren says, Dash, that's nothing by time. All temperatures in check. Yep, that's it. Those of you guys who have been around for a while, you know my spiel, man. I don't cook the time. I cook the temperature. You know, I won't even say feel, but I cook the temperature. And then I use the temperature as a guide. And then, you know, the probes, it's got to feel right. And it's one of those things where it just, yeah. Gabriel, the ranch cook, says, hello, everyone. Fantasy Barbecue says, smash that like button, please. So polite. Thank you so very much for hanging out. In case you guys, in case you guys are just getting here, I have started Vicky up, and we are just to the point now where we're letting that dirty, thick white smoke, sorry, freaking fly, that dirty, thick white smoke is coming out of the smoker because I just got it started. If you missed it, I used my, weed burner to get the fire started. I have some logs in there, some I won't say logs, some limbs, and some charcoal briquettes down at the bottom, and then I have some lump charcoal on top of that, and that is what I'm going to be using tonight for my fire and heat and smoke source. I will be cooking, some brisket, pork shoulder, and chicken. Let's see. Andrew said I'm doing ribs tomorrow on my UDS. I wish I could have used my UDS tonight, man. I would have been sitting in the house while doing this as opposed to having to be out in the garage. But, you know, some of us, well, actually, the cook is bigger than my UDS would allow. So let's see. Luce's YouTube should put the thumbs up to the top of the chat. Make it easier for you on your phone. Yes, indeed. That would be lovely. Mike said, what wood are you going to use tonight? So I think it was apple. If it wasn't apple, it was oak for the, you know, primarily. I just, you know, that was it for tonight. Dexter said, Dash, my man, what up? How you doing, man? It's been a minute. What you been up to? Hopefully all is well with you. I know, Dexter, you had a truck set up, right? Or a trailer? Jimmy says, we are covered. It's loud at night already. Yeah, we're covered up. Indeed. Yep. This rain may bring out the cicadas. Who knows? Who knows? Andrew says, that's why firefighters tell everyone to stay close to the ground. Yep. That's exactly it, Andrew. And I am no exception. I'm sitting, the smoke rises, and not for nothing. It is definitely smoky in here. And if I were not doing this live stream, I'd be sitting even closer to the edge of the garage, if not sitting just outside of the door. But because I have a small light set up here, so you know, see the light shining on me. So because I have that small light set up, I can't move it but so far out, so I had to sit back in the garage a little bit. Taylor said, what up, Dash and company? Hope you all are well. Yes, indeed, Taylor. Definitely. Blind Man Cooking says, hey, everyone. How are y'all doing tonight? Yes, we are doing just fine. So now that we, Blind Man Cooking, actually tomorrow, not to toot my own horn or anything, but tomorrow's video, I actually talked to a gentleman while I was in Austin who was visually impaired, and man, he checked the hell out of me while I was sitting at the bar with him. So Yeah, Bumpy said event or separate orders. Oh, what? What up, Dash? Bumpy, this is for an event. This is a small lunch, small luncheon, I guess you could say. Almost like a pre Memorial Day cookout slash, event happening. And yeah, Mike suggests an order. It is for a actual company lunch tomorrow. Let's see. Fanny says, finally got a weed burner. Game changer. After all those years using the chimney. Man, shoot. People be like, why don't you use a charcoal chimney? This right here. So here's the main reason, right? One of the reasons why I don't use a charcoal chimney when I'm starting up like Vicky or Bernadette or Bessie. When I use the weed burner, I can put all of the charcoal in there at one time, start it up, get going, and it started. When I use the charcoal chimney, what ends up happening is I have to take the charcoal chimney, get it started, wait for the charcoal to come up to temperature, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour later, pour that charcoal on top of the coals that are already in there. Then I have to wait another 15, 20 minutes for that to kind of ignite everything else and get the whole thing rolling. Where in one step, in 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops, you guys who were here early and those of you guys who missed it, you'll have to go back to the beginning and watch the beginning, the first 10 to 15 minutes where I used the weed burner to get Vicky started. B says, man, rain here for almost 10 days. Skeeters are terrible, I can imagine. Question J says, did you do a bucket garden this year? So yes, Question J, we did, we replanted some things in the buckets. Of course there were 8 buckets, and actually we got a new deck. You can hear, hopefully you can hear it, but it sounds like some more of the charcoal is catching. But we got a new deck, and my wife was talking about moving a bucket garden up to the deck, but she's unsure of moving it because she doesn't want the water from the buckets to stain the deck, but she's also concerned about the deer. So yeah, chimney just requires foresight and planning. Taylor, man, ain't nobody got time for that. Blind man says that's cool. Yeah, man. I will say it was no pun intended. It was eye opening. MTG, what's going on, Johnny? He says, what up, family? Hope all is well. Got a pretty big cook for Memorial Day. Yes, well, that's what's up. Preston says, you got to tell us the story why you don't drink when you cook. Okay. I can tell you in a nutshell. I drink too much when I cook, or I drank too much and I fell asleep. And shoot, man, I was pressed for time. Now, mind you, I usually try to have everything cooked and started early, so that in case anything comes up, I don't have a problem. And this was no exception. I got to drinking, and man, I was like, oh man, I can handle it. Now, mind you, this is probably in the middle of the winter when I first started cooking. And I was not, I was using Bessie, so the wood burning smoker, and I had to keep feeding logs into the smoker. So I would feed logs into the smoker, and then I used to keep a stash of some moonshine out here in the garage, in the freezer, in one of the freezers out here, and I would throw a log, take a sip, throw a log, take a sip, throw a log, take a sip. And man, oh man, those sips caught up to me before the fire did, and the fire damn near went out. And I had to build up the fire at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and it slowed me down, but it didn't stop. But I mean, it just was not a good look. So as a rule, usually I don't drink very much, if at all, when I'm cooking. No, Victor, I didn't use Beavis because Beavis stays up on the side of the house, and I'm down in the garage. Plus, I actually need to get some more of those 1 pound tanks. I'm using the adapter that came with Beavis to put a 40-pound tank on the Blackstone griddle. So I did not. I finally ordered my grill gun this past weekend. I hope you use my link, Victor. I hope you use my link, man. LP says, yes, sound is good. Perfect. G. Jones says, I'm from VA Barbecue, and your videos helped me get through a lot. He says, thanks, bro. No problem. What's going on, Bash? He says, hello, people. He is going to be, this, I guess is what he meant to say. This is going to be good. Blind Man Cooking, I'll see what I said. I see what you did there. Thank you, man. Bumpy says, were you here in Maryland in 2004? Last time the cicadas were here. I was actually. Um, I was in Maryland, but I don't. I was in. I was in Montgomery County at that time. I'm pretty sure. That was before we bought our house and we moved up here. Because it was the summer of 2004. We got married in May of 2004, and we bought our house in December of 2004. So yeah, I was in Montgomery County. Uh, let's see, Dion. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. So Dion says, "Sup, Dash? Just tuned in. I'm watching from Cali. Thanks for all your knowledge and videos. They help push me to do what I love doing. Thanks, bro. No problem, Dion. Thank you." Fantasy says, "I've always loved that huge man cave garage. Man, who you telling? I like it too, except when I have to clean it up. Man, last summer, early in the pandemic, I spent about a month cleaning up in this garage. And when I say I cleaned it top to bottom, and like some of you guys can see, I reorganized it, and it's I won't say it's dusty and dirty now, but the freaking ash and everything like that, the dust accumulates in this garage. It is insane how dusty it gets in this garage. It's like all of the dust and charcoal ash and all of everything just stays in the garage, and I can never ever ever keep it without being like covered in a layer of just dust in here. But it does come in handy. I sweep up the floors and pressure wash the floors, and I try to keep it clean, and it just gets dusty and dirty again. So aside from the floor, everything else is pretty much good. And then of course any horizontal surface, stuff just accumulates on the horizontal surfaces. Excuse me. Person said I've done that and about burnt the wife's new kitchen down. Yeah, man, shoot. You drinking and cooking is just you gotta do one or the other. Mike says, all right, Dash, gotta go. 3:30 a.m. comes early, buddy. Don't inhale too much smoke. Yeah, man, I'm not. And you guys see the difference, right? We've been talking for 42 minutes, and we're not quite up to temperature just yet. But the smoke has dissipated immensely. So the current temperature in the smoker is 176 degrees. And at this point, like I said, so white smoke is pretty much gone. We have been, I won't say cooking, but the fire has been going for all of about a half an hour. You're starting to see there's last little wisps, and that's what the smoke is going to do. So the reason that is coming in here like that most likely is because of the direction of the wind has changed direction slightly. But for the most part, you can see the wind is blowing that smoke back in. But for the most part, that smoke goes right out of that exhaust and goes in there. Omega Bash says, bye, people. Have a good stream. Back to work. No worries, dude. Thanks for checking in. Shannon says, love your videos with Marcus. Look like a ton of fun. Good luck on the cook videos. Good luck on the cook videos are amazing. Thank you very much. Drunken Chef, good evening. How you doing? It's just cheers. Papa Bear says, how long do you estimate this cook to be? So what I will do is I don't cook the time. So if I can get the food in here by about 10 o'clock, the chicken should be done 2.5, 3 hours maybe. Depending on how hot I run the smoker. The briskets are rather small, and the pork shoulder is on the smaller side too. So if I get the briskets and the pork shoulder off of the smoker by 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock, it'll probably be done by 5, 6 o'clock in the morning at the absolute latest. What I'll do is I'll let it cook out here for a while. The briskets are pretty small. Once I take the chicken off, I'll move everything up in the smoker to help accelerate the cook, basically. And once I move everything up in the smoker, I'll let it go for maybe 4 or 5 hours. It just kind of depends on how tired I am. And then I will move everything inside of the house, and I will finish it in the oven. And I'm going to take a nap, and as things finish, and they wake me up, I pull them out, I'll let them rest for a little while, and then I'll get up in the morning. Tomorrow I'll probably be up by 7:30, 8 o'clock. Well, I'll be up before then because I got to get the kids ready for school and such. So I will probably be up between 6 and 7 o'clock, to get them up, and then out the door by 7:45, and I will have everything processed and done by 8:30, and then I will just have it ready to be pulled out of the refrigerator and thrown back into the oven. I have to leave my house tomorrow at like 10:15 at the absolute latest for an 11 o'clock delivery. So I need to have everything done, processed, ready by 8:30, 9 o'clock to get into the oven to be reheated for about an hour before I can hit the road. So let's see. Taylor says, insulated vertical smoker for the win. He says, see? Sleep. Well, Taylor, to be completely honest, I will hang out here and I'll be on YouTube or something like that to monitor the fire. But if it were really cold, I'd go back into the house and hang out in the house and do that. Fantasy Barbecue says, you load at 250. No, I kind of just load at about the time. So when it's about 10 o'clock or shortly before 10. So again, my process, I really don't watch for temperature. I don't watch for time of the cooker. What I will do is I'll load it, and I know that once you know how your cooker is going to cook, I will load it, and then when the temperature gets above where I need it to be, I'll throttle it back, and I'll let the temperature settle in. And I'm going to get that top rate to settle in right at about between 215 275 degrees. It's just chicken on that top grate, and that top grate is going to be higher, which is why that chicken is probably going to be done in under 3 hours, like easily under 3 hours. And with that being said, I want to make sure that, because the way this cooker cooks is it's hottest up at the top and then it gets cooler as it goes down. Because of that, the chicken will be right about here, the brisket will be right about here, and then the pork shoulder is down about here. And there's probably a 50-degree range in temperature from up here at the top to down here at the bottom. With that being said, the chicken, once it finishes, I'll move the brisket from here up here and the pork shoulder up a level. And that'll help accelerate this cook. I don't have a problem, cooking a little bit faster, so I can get it done. Jimmy says, big difference in the building. Oh man, I can imagine. KB says, you're gonna live stream the whole cook, right? I don't know, man. We're gonna see how I feel. I'll probably, we'll see how I feel, one, and how the battery on my phone lasts. How about that? Preston says, pertaining to the bucket garden on the deck, you can put the buckets in through a pipe, so it'll drain off the deck so it won't stain it. All right. So, I have to think about that, Preston, because the way the buckets are set up, they just, drip freely. I would have to set up some sort of, maybe a tarp. A tarp might work. So I don't know. I'll figure that part out, I guess. Let's see. Fantasy said I'd sit here and watch too short. No problem. I'm barbecuing ribs in LA. Cheers. Let's see. Un Vato Underdog. What's going on? Eric, what's going on? He says, live cook night. He says, yes. Eric, hello all. He says, those rafters have perfect bark on them. Man, dude, so you guys can't really, and it's rather difficult, but the smoke is starting to dissipate. So you guys can see where the smoker has been. And I had this roof completely replaced last summer. And you should have seen the roof on the old roof. It was crazy, because where the rafters touch the roof, you could see the smoke line from where it was naked underneath of the rafters to where the smoke was. And this area right in here, obviously you can see this is where the darkest bit of the rafters are, but all of the rafters have smoke stains on them. Sorry. Oops. Let me get you set back up so you can kind of see here. And it is almost 10 o'clock, so it is almost time for me to load the smoker, and we are at almost 200 degrees there. So, I mean, we're right on schedule, right on time. So let me get caught up. Blind Man Cooking says, what do you use for a thermometer? So I have, this is the Ivation, which is a ready check, or what is it? Hold on. Oh gosh, hold on. My man. On Amazon. Yeah, ready check is the model I use. I use the ready check. It's a model ET733, which is the long range wireless thermometer. There are two probes, and you can set it up so that the two probes, one will take your, you can have two probes set up to do food temperature, or one food temperature and one barbecue temperature. What I really like about this particular model is that it has a high and a low temperature alert. So a lot of times when you're doing, when you have it set up for barbecue mode, or one of the probes set up for barbecue mode, if the temperature drops below a certain temperature, it will alert you. And also if it gets too high, it will alert you. So that's how I have it set up. So you guys can see I have my low temperature set for 235 and my high temperature set for 325. I will, and I'm gonna back that high temperature down to 285. I usually bump it up to 325 when I'm on the finished side of the cook. So it's now set for 285. So high temperature 285, it'll alert me, and low temperatures at 235. Now I have my probe on that top grate, and I really want to stay under 285 degrees. So let's see. Sean says, what up, what up? Johnny says, how many spare ribs on there? No spares. Actually, I don't do spares. I am not a fan of spares. They take up too much damn room. Let's see. Met Man says, yo, I'm smoking a pork butt tomorrow. I have on Friday. Think I should keep the whole thing and reheat the next day and shred, or shred first, then reheat on Friday? It kind of depends on what you're in the mood for, man. I like to shred my pork shoulder when they are hot, and then you can kind of reheat it and go from there. But I've done it both ways. It really just depends on my mood. If I finish cooking it and I'm like, man, I'm falling asleep and I'm half dead, and I will throw the whole thing in the refrigerator and I'll come back to it the next day. If I have the bandwidth, if I'm not tired when it's done and I want to shred it while it's still hot, I'll shred it. I'll put some extra seasoning in. I'll put a little bit of barbecue sauce in it. Then it's done. And then I'll kind of portion it off so that I don't have to reheat the entire thing if I'm not going to eat the entire thing, or use the entire thing. So like I said, I've done it both ways. Our Barrett says, greetings to you, Dash. I'm learning to use a char griller, offset smoker grill. Do you have any experience with said grill? No, I don't actually. I do not have a char griller. That is one of the ones I don't have. If so, can you give me your opinion on its performance? So, Mr. Barrett, I've seen plenty of folks use those char grillers, offset smokers / grills, and there is a huge, because of the fact that they are, I won't say older, but because they've been out for a while, there are loads of libraries on YouTube of people who have used them. Unfortunately, all of my cookers are all reverse flow smokers. I don't have an offset smoker. The first time of me using an offset smoker was just a few weeks ago while I was in Texas, and it's a different animal compared to what I'm used to. Let's see. Junkyard Hog says, sup, peeps? Fantasy Barbecue says, Eric, it's Lamont. Oh, all right. What's going on? Urban Culture Kitchen says, sup, fam bam? How you doing? Yeah, my first smoker was a char griller. Offset is a great grill to cut your teeth on. Yes, indeed. Dakota says, hey, Dash, hope you're doing well. Happy Wednesday. Thank you, sir. Right back at you. The roof ain't all fire. So I can tell you a funny story. One night I was using Bessie. I'm pointing to Bessie because she is right here. So I was using Bessie, and that was before I had that smokestack on it, so the fire was going directly up into the roof. And I was walking back and forth between the house and the garage, and I had the smoker rolling, like she was rolling. And that heat was enough that it was starting to smolder, and I could see the embers of the garage glowing from the outside of the garage. As I was walking back down to the garage, I'm like, what the hell is that, like, light? And when I realized what it was, I was like, oh darn. I took the hose and went down the inside of the garage. I went outside and went the outside of the garage down. I said, that's the last thing I need, to freaking friggin' fire out here in the garage. And then from that point on, that was probably 2015, 2016 at the latest, I went out and got that pipe you see, and it's a 6-inch, there's a 90 and a 4-foot section that puts that heat and smoke out of the window, and it's very, very effective. Terry, what's going on? Fantasy Barbecue says, KC in the house. Let's see. I love my Maverick. Eric says, yep. Wild Bill, how you doing? You cooking with any wood or just charcoal? So I do have some wood down in the bottom of the smoker, and I won't say I can't remember, but I'm not sure if it's apple wood or if it's oak. I really don't know what type of wood it is, and it was just kind of, I won't say thrown, but it was put into the wood pile, or one of the piles that I have, so I don't know. I kind of lost track of what it was. Captain Newbie says, why dash whatever did you do to that antenna? Oh, this one? So the little plastic pieces, man, they don't, the little covers on them, they don't stay here, man. I'm sorry. They just freaking break off in my pockets and such. And I hate it because the little metal prong thing, man, it gets stuck in all my pants and my shorts and stuff. So, PDX DJ Crunch. Wow, that's a lot to say. PDX DJ Crunch says, smoking some beef right now with mesquite and cherry. Nice. Drunken Chef says, I have a couple of charcoal offset smokers. I love them. Let's see. Casey says, you have been a big inspiration for me. Keep up the good work. From Fort Worth, Texas. I'll have a restaurant soon. You can come to visit. Nice. I appreciate that. What's up, Rick? He says, hello, hello, hello. Holy cow. There are 87 of you guys on the stream right now. All right. Well, look, let's get up to 90. Or when we get to 90, I will go ahead and I'll get the smoker loaded. So I had Vicky going, and I said that we were going to wait about an hour, and we're at about the 45-minute mark or so. Oh, my gosh. All right. Johnny Meggs, what's going on? He says, what up, brother? Fantasy, Preston, Grumpus. All right, I guess everybody came from, was it Alton, or was it, who had a stream going that you guys were on, that everybody is finished over there and came over here? I'm going to get my tripod set up, so bear with me a moment while I try to get the tripod set back up. I put it into low mode so I can sit over by the door. So give me a moment to get it extended again, and I will get it set up so I can get the food loaded into the smoker. Uh-oh, gotta lock all of the legs here. So bear with me, everybody, while I get it all set up. Sorry, it's just me, so you get me and everything that comes with it. Brian says this vape unit, that looks like a thermo controller. All right. Square just fixed my store, working on getting it back up. Nice. Smash that like button, everybody, if you haven't already. One shot at 90 with only 59 likes. All right, well, look, hey, if you guys have not already, hit that thumbs up button for me. I'd greatly appreciate it. Let's see. I'm trying to get the camera set up so you guys have a decent vantage point. And I am gonna start getting the smoker loaded in a second. Let's see. I know I'm missing some of you guys. I'm trying to catch up on the comments. I see Joe and Alton. Alton, you here? Joe, you here? Let's see. I believe you're juggling. I believe in your juggling skills. Yeah, man. Grumpus says, "Oh, Brian. Good evening, Grumpus. Brian. Yeah, we got a couple Brians in here tonight. All right. Look at that temperature right there. Y'all see that temp? It says 235. Guess what? It's time. Oh, I gotta turn the light back on so you guys can see. Oh, damn it. Something came off the light and hit me. All right, so you guys can see. All right, I'm out here. Jack Jarrett says, happy Memorial Day, peeps. We are blessed beyond measure. We got DJ Crunch's magic time. Grumpus says, evening, Papa Bear. Fantasy Barbecue says 70 likes, and we have 93 folks watching. I guess I probably need to get to doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So let me get the food out of the refrigerator. Hope you guys can hear me okay. All right. refrigerators I have in the back are not just for show. I do actually use them. And this is how you guys have seen in the videos or some of the videos, this is how I come out of the house with the food. So I'm gonna get this set up on this table and top layer off the foil. Get some gloves on. Whew. Catch my breath here. Alright, so hopefully you guys can see me okay. Let's do this. Let's get the magic door stay. And my thermometer is telling on me because we dropped under 235 degrees. Usually I try and get everything on the smoker before his 235 degrees so I don't have to be annoyed with the temperature. All right. So for those of you guys who've never seen this before, this is Vicky. She's my insulated vertical reverse flow smoker. And I am going to get her loaded. Let's move this out of the way for a second. We have some chicken we're doing, and chicken is going to be the first thing I'm loading up tonight. You guys are going to have to bear with me while I get the smoker loaded, and I will try to catch up on the comments as soon as I can. So I have boneless, skinless breasts here. Let me get these on the smoker. And then I have some boneless, skinless thighs. The boneless, skinless breast will take up about half of the grate. And then the boneless, skinless thighs will take up the other half of the grate. I'm cooking, or I need 10 pounds of chicken. So we're just gonna kind of squeeze that in there and get all that chicken in there. All right, and there is my boneless, skinless breast done. Now we got boneless, skinless thighs. I'm gonna take these thighs and kind of just toss them up here. And I take my thighs and I ball them up and get them to the point where they are about the same size as the breast. I fold them over and hold them so that if I lay them on the grate just as they were flat, they would finish much faster than the breast do or will. So because I'm kind of muffining them up and puffing them up a little bit, one, I can squish them in here and fit more on the grate, and two, they'll take longer to cook, which will equal out the time that it'll take for the thighs to finish as the breast. Now, one of the other things too, some of you guys will observe it, notice, I put the breast over here and the thighs over here. The way the heat and smoke come from the smoker, from down here at the bottom, it comes up and over this side here, out across the top, and over on this side. So this is the hotter side of the smoker. The thighs can take more of the heat than the breast can, so I load the thighs on this side of the smoker on purpose. And once you get the cooking on your cooker, you kind of know how it cooks, and you cook on it enough, you know how it cooks. And this cooker is no exception. Vicky and I have been cooking together for 5 years now. It's 2021. I got Vicky in 2015, so almost 6 years. Probably 6 years over the summer. Alright. Ball this chicken up. And be honest, we're just gonna squeeze it all in here. We're just gonna make it fit. I have to get it all on here. So again, the boneless, skinless thighs, I use boneless, skinless thighs, so they come and they're like rather flat. So see this little piece of chicken here? We're gonna just fold it all up in there. Get it all in there. And then this, once it's folded up, it'll be about the same size as the chicken breast, which means that it will take about the same amount of time for it to cook. And just gonna chicken on there. We got one to go. Up, two. Make a hole down in here. Another one down in there. Chicken loaded. Now, because I tore the glove, I'm going to change gloves. But there's one set of gloves down. And put on a new set, a new pair of gloves. Actually, before I do that, let's try to check the comments here. Let's see. All right. Holy cow. What's up, Laura? I'm trying to catch up. So let's see. 70 likes. Yeah, I did put water in the smoker already. So this part down here, this shelf, is where the water pan is down under there. So the fire is all the way down at the bottom. Person says I used to talk to Jimmy Oaks. He seems like he's doing big things over on the channel. I mean, every now and again I hit him up on Instagram. I feel like I talk to B more than everything and more than anything. B, Brian says 99. Let's see. Fantasy Barbecue says Vicky, Laura, yes indeed. Did you make the smoker or buy it? If it's bought, what is the model? So Tremel, this is a homemade smoker. Kirk, the guy who built Bessie, Vicky, and Bernadette, he built this one. KB says it almost hit 100 with the cost of meat and gloves. What is your profit percent? Man, it's not enough, actually. Justin, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. Does watching the whole commercial help? Yes, it does. Taylor says, Vicky. 99 watches, 77 likes, and 1 thumbs down. Who's the wise guy? Don't worry about it. If you don't have haters, almost 100 viewers. Holy cow, time to hit that thumbs up. Let's see. All right, so I'm changing gloves and putting on another set. Be more careful this time because these gloves are costing me almost like a quarter piece. But they are, I feel like they're getting thinner. Anybody agree? All right, so now the order I have for tomorrow is for 10 pounds of chicken, 10 pounds of brisket, and 10 pounds of pork shoulder. I have 2 briskets I'm going to be cooking. These are each about 10-pound briskets, and I'm going to fit them both on this one shelf to save space and time. So we're going to get them in here and just push it in like so. And we'll get the pork shoulder on in a second. So I'm going to move this out of the way. Still with my gloved hands so I can save a couple of dollars and not use another set of gloves. Now I have oil down in here for the pork shoulder, and the reason I have to have it in oil is just mainly so that I can try and keep the container clean. Alright, we're just going to sit that one there for a second. Get the bigger piece out of the busboy tub. And if I were, I usually just line these up any way I can and get it in here, how I can fit it in here. And what I'm doing today is I'm just going to line them up kind of front to back. Now this one in the front, for whatever reason, it's like beat up. And it's way flatter than it really should be. But that's okay. I'm going to just deal with it. I'm using boneless pork shoulder. I know some of you guys swear by using bone-in pork shoulder. I don't. I prefer boneless pork shoulder. And that's it. I'm going to clean off the bottom of the rack here and just to make sure that there's no gunk that just builds up on the bottom. And at this point, I'm going to close this door and monitor the temperature. I'm going to sit back in the corner. Oh shoot, I got to put the... Alright. Why didn't someone remind me to put the thermometer back before I took the glove off so I can keep my hand clean? Alright, so now, because there's no room on the shelf here, I'm going to put this thermometer up on the just above the shelf, and I'll let it go a little bit higher because it's going to be warmer where it is. And get the wire, closing the door, and let's go. Let me get my thermometer. Here it is. Okay, now we go back over to the door, but let's catch up. While I catch up on comments, you guys can, I'll kind of have you guys over, Vicky over my shoulder. Fantasy says, I need a Vicky. Preston says 100, holy cow, 108. So in case you guys missed it, let me show you guys. Well, actually I don't want to, because once I close it, I don't want to mess with the thermometer, run the risk of dropping it down. The chicken is about here, the brisket is about here, and the pork shoulder is down about here. And then the way Vicky works is there's a temperature difference of about 50 degrees, from that top to the bottom. So between the top and bottom thermometer, you'll see a 50-degree difference. It's just doing it. Love that unique setup. Reminds me of my Frankenstein offset. Nice. Guess we'll be eating brekkie with Dash. No, this isn't for me. First Love says thighs can take more heat than breasts. This isn't. Thighs more tender piece of meat. I won't say it's a more tender piece of meat, but you can cook a thigh past 165 degrees and it's more forgiving. Square Table Degenerate. What's going on, man? How you doing? Captain Newbie says somebody should make a song parody. A little bit of Vicky on my mind, a whole lot of Bessie on my mind. Oh man, you guys are funny. Tommy says, I'm doing my first brisket this weekend and I'm kind of skeptical about it. Is it good to rub it to try for my first run? To see a lot of videos saying just use salt and pepper. What's your take on it? So Tommy, cooking brisket is like beer, all right? And you are going to have your specific, preference as to what you are going to like on a brisket. And it's one of those things where if you like salt and pepper on a steak, you might like salt and pepper on a brisket. But to me, I need a little bit more dynamic flavor. So give me some garlic, give me some onion powder, give me, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You kind of have to figure out what it is you like. But a lot of folks like salt, pepper, and garlic on a brisket. Boy, Lord is going to be lording on the thumbs down. Yes, indeed, Questa J. Yes, indeed. Fantasy says, evening, family. Victor says, damn, that thing I heard before stepping out of the truck was bucket garden. I have to apologize. I have completely forgotten the sweet potatoes. I haven't had time to send them. All right. Well, Victor. Texas Iguana says, barbecue, my jowls. Gonna sing tonight. Yes, indeed. Nice. Joseph says, do your thing, player. I'll work on it Thursday. All right, appreciate that, Victor. What time do you want us for brekkie? I wish, Laura. I'm gonna be cooking for quite a while, and I'm just gonna monitor the temperature. So we're back at 268. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, so I do not want the temperature to run away. So what I'm gonna do, this is a 2-inch ball valve. I'm gonna get it open about not even a quarter of an inch, and that'll get the temperature settled in right about that 280 mark. Grandma says 101, yes. Water, yes, H2O, water. Preston says that one thumbs down is from me by accident. I hit the wrong thumb. Well, you can hit the thumbs down again and then hit the thumbs up, all right? Let's see. Truffle Hound says, sweet, I have a full weekend ahead of me, starting tomorrow. Nice. That guy did it. Yeah. Sorry I missed this. Meat Man says, how are you seasoning your meat? So I seasoned it with my hands. Truffle Hound says, good to see you. Good to see you busy. Yes, indeed. Hit that. Yeah, hit it again and it will go away, Preston. I see Cuba license plates on that wall. Yes, Rick. There are a couple older license plates there. You always need to have some old license plates hanging around. SDD says last time 100 people saw me cook, I was burning burgers for my Air Force buddies. All right, Air Force buddies, I guess. That's why I went into comedy. Well, she's. I already did. Let's see. All right, Preston. Let's see. Comment on the video helps. Yes, it does. Definitely. Kingdom Barbecue Catering Services says my kind of cooking. Yes, indeed. Eric said I did a brisket last weekend and it pushed through the stall quicker than I anticipated, and I lost all the juice before wrapping it. Oops. It was a bit dry, but still made great tacos. Well, Eric, so one of the things that I will do is I don't cook the time, man. I cook the temperature. So what I will do is, and you guys, so here again, the thermometer just above is at 253 degrees. What I will do is in about 2 hours, I'll take the probe, the other probe that's sitting over there, and I'll get it into one of the chicken breasts, and I will monitor the temperature. Once it hits 200, and well, actually, once it hits, excuse me, not 200, once it hits about 140, 145 degrees, I will put sauce on it, and then once it hits 165, I will take it out. And that because of the way the smoker's set up, the breasts are on the left side and the thighs are on the right. The thighs will hit the same temperature as the breasts because they're getting more heat. What kind of embers? So I am using, I have Kingsford Blue Bag, some lump charcoal, and then I have a couple pieces of I think it's either apple or oak, like it was a limb that I put in there. KB says, what would you tell somebody that's never cooked chicken or other meats? I imagine everything hits a safe temp eventually. Yes. So KB, safe temperature for chicken is 165 degrees. I usually let chicken thighs, chicken legs, and chicken wings go to 170, 175 degrees. Wings probably, close to that 175 temperature. But chicken breast, you have to kind of take it off at 165, or it is just tough. Preston says it's not me though. All right. Q Josack says, have you ever butterfied the pork shoulder? Cut the cook time by almost half. So no, I haven't. I saw Ricer butterfly a pork shoulder not so long ago, and I was like, why the hell have I never thought of doing this? It was crazy. Holy cow! Rick said 114 watching. I am like completely flabbergasted. This is gonna be my highest ever live stream. 93 likes. Can I get 100 likes? Mario says, hey guys. Brian says, Mario. 2 or 3 monsters tonight. Yo, I have another monster in the freezer in the back. I actually drank one about 8:30 while I was watching the video before getting the cook started. I had to get everything out here. And like my heart is racing like right now because I'm talking to you guys and standing up and moving around. So Tony suggested, thank you. Dash, you should try that brisket binder I gave you. So, all right, so here's the thing, right? And B, not for nothing, I don't cook briskets for myself very often. Briskets cost too much money, all right? And if I am cooking a brisket for a customer, I'm not for nothing, I'm not experimenting. So these 2 briskets today cost me $100. The cost of the customer's cost was not even $200 for these briskets because of the price I gave him a few weeks ago. I do not cook unless I am basically making money on it. I cooked the brisket for us, for my family, I won't say a few weeks ago. It's probably been a month or 2 now. And that's the first brisket I've cooked for my family, just for us in years. Because I cook a brisket and they won't eat it. It's just I've been cooking so much that me having a pound of brisket here, a pound of brisket there is all my family needs. So when I'm cooking, I am cooking. So that's why like people send me seasonings and other things like that. It's not for nothing. It's not for a lack of trying. It's just when I'm cooking, I'm typically cooking for customers. I don't cook for myself a lot. I cook to get paid. Captain DB said a little bit of, or some F and some U, yeah. Grumpus, I'm definitely behind on the comments. Uncle Steve says I like cow shake and smoke bomb on brisket. Nice. If you do not know who Uncle Steve is, Uncle Steve produces some phenomenal shakes and seasonings. And Uncle Steve, a lot of times, or more often than not, when I'm cooking for myself or for my family, Uncle Steve's shakes are what are my like go-to. I have a couple others that I've gotten recently. There's been a few of you guys who have sent stuff to me, and I just have not gotten a chance to try it. But I have a set of old tried and true seasonings that my family really likes. They like when I use it, so that typically is what I use on a lot of the cooking. Let's catch up. I'm trying to catch up. FCB says, evening, Dash and chat. Yes. Hey, Uncle Steve. How you doing? I guess making my own brekkie. Sorry, Laura. You're going to have to make your own barbecue. Cat says, Cat8815 says, you're going to share some of that meat with the folks who paid for it. Yes, indeed. Sonny G, what's going on? How you doing? Kurt Copain says, looks good. Rick says, Dash, I'm collecting license plates from fellow YouTubers. I need one from Pennsylvania. I wish I could give these up, man, but to be completely honest, I'm holding on to them for reasons. It's one of those things that we kind of you gotta have license plates hanging around in your garage. There's always some shady, stuff that you gotta do from time to time with vehicles. All right, Kurt Cobain, somebody do me a favor. Actually, I don't know. I can't do it. Somebody do me a favor. Put Kurt Cobain on timeout. Eric says, I cooked the temp as well. I may have been drinking a little bit when I was cooking that brisket. Didn't we talk about drinking and cooking earlier? Teflon Don says, I just took 2 slabs off the reverse flow. We have 100 plus likes. Holy cow. Thank you, Questa J. Laura says, dang it, Rick, these people are using police screws. Can't get them off. All right, let's see here. 102 likes. Hell yeah. 105, 110. Holy cow. You drinking a Monster. I drank one already. I'm going to be sitting down and getting comfortable soon. It's something like 10:30. So thank you, Cats. I appreciate that. Cats 8815. Definitely appreciate that. I got to catch up on the Freddie Fox says, keep cooking, my friend. Keep cooking. Yes, indeed. Beer Champ Barbecue. Yes, I do drink Monsters. Channel of Choice says, I've never seen you live, but I love how you do your thing. Your inspiration to an aspiring pitmaster. Well, Channel of Choice, thank you very much. When I do live streams, I typically do live streams and we talk about something barbecue or barbecue business related, but I had to cook tonight. So I'm like, what the hell? Why not, do a live stream of me cooking? And I'm sorry if you missed it. You're going to have to go back to the beginning of the live stream. I got the I'm going to say pit. I got the cooker cleaned out. I got the fire going. You can see the smoke is rising off of it. That's what we're looking for. And that right there, this is actually a mixture of the thin blue smoke and water vapor. You can't really see it on my hands because it's real thin right now, but once we get up over that 212 degree mark, we start getting some water boiling and we start getting water vapor mixed in there. If it were colder, you would see the water vapor a lot easier than you see it now, but I can feel it in the steam here. Basically, it is getting to be steam. Buona noche, obrigado. Steve, I just saw a Barbecue Pit Guys video and it looks like they snagged your Texas style shake. Yes, indeed. Loving the live, Cats. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hey, boa noche para vocês todos. All right. Yes, indeed. So that is Portuguese. He says, good night to everyone. Good night to everyone. Uncle Steve hitting all the channels. Teflon Don says, yes. Mario says, prime brisket is almost $5 again in my area, just like early pandemic last year. Dude, we are not going to talk about it. I spent $100 on 2 briskets today. $100 for a prime brisket. They are 10 pounds each, and they were both $50. Freaking $50 for a brisket. I spent. What's up, Kent? How you doing? Where do I get Uncle Steve? So MTG, Johnny, if you go to Uncle Steve's, UncleStevesShake.com, and order, you tell him that Dash sent you. Uncle Steve will hook you up, and he'll send you something extra special in your package. I'm telling you, dude, you can't go wrong. I like the competition beef. I like the competition cow. I like the pig powder. And my family's personal favorite is the gator shake. I also like the thick meat, but I'm kind of biased, and I'm just gonna tell you, you need to order. He sends them out like in a pack of 4, like 4 fit in the pack. So you just need to pick 8. Get the competition rubs, the 3-1, those 3, the smoky bomb powder or whatever that's called. That's 4. Then you get your dessert shake, you get your thick meat, you get your gator shake, and then the spicier are my favorites. So, but you can't go wrong with almost any of them. Kat says, give us a tour of the smoke room. Unfortunately, it is my garage, and so this is the backside of Bernadette. If you don't know, Bernadette is a reverse flow. The firebox is down here. Reverse flow offset insulated smoker. We have Vicky, the vertical smoker there. We have Bessie here, and there is Priscilla. I still have to do some work on that one. Let's see over here. We have Frida. Some of you guys who saw my Instagram saw that I bought myself a log splitter. Well, my dad gave me some money for Christmas, and he said, hey, how much does one of those smokers cost? And I told him, he said, well, I can't afford to give you some money for a smoker, but how about I give you $1,000 and you do something with it? I'm like, that'll help. And then there's more stuff all the way down to the back of the garage there, but it's like my car stuff and just like stuff that's garage stuff, which is un-barbecue related. So this is like from here down this way is where a lot of the barbecue stuff resides. Dash from Pennsylvania. Yes, indeed. I'm from Philadelphia. Hey, sending love from Malaysia. Holy cow. Thank you so very much. 119 likes. Can we get to 150? But can we get to 150 likes? Hopefully we can get to 150 likes. Eric says, yo, Dash. Man, let's see. Man says, Vicky giving off some nice smoke now. Yes, indeed. And I mean, it's smoky in here. I'm not going to lie and say it's not smoky, but it's nothing that I can't deal with or have never dealt with before. So I'm going to go ahead and soon get set back up near the door so I don't have to worry about the smoke. And here we go. The temperature is sitting at 250 degrees. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bump the temperature up just a little bit, just a smudge. And this is what I do. I will, so those of you guys who didn't see what I did there, where that let's see, there, oh, I'm sorry, it's backwards. This yellow handle is a ball valve. That ball valve is the air inlet. The air inlet, the way the air on this smoker works, it comes in here, goes in here, and I'll show you guys quickly. There's the fire down in there. Hopefully you guys can see. That charcoal is probably a quarter of the way lit, and dropped in my mouth. And what will happen is that fire, as it travels, it'll travel from the front to the back, and it'll burn itself. You know, it's kind of like a minion method. That's why I always just start the front of the charcoal. Come on, peeps. 3 more thumbs for 100. Yeah, shoot, I'm behind. We got 125 likes now. Oh, man. Damn, you inspired me, Truffle Hound says. I got to go on 3 butts. I've been holding off till tomorrow. Well, that's what's up. Ooh. Channel choices, you ain't wrong. So you're cooking less food today. I used to see in the other grill. Yeah. Do you use the other one just for smaller cooks? Primarily, yes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hear what's going on outside. So this cooker is Vicky, and usually like my smaller catering jobs, I will use this cooker. I don't have to use the bigger cookers. Like, that's one of the things that a lot of people, they comment all the time and they're like, why aren't you using your wood burning smoker? Why would you use that one with charcoal? Because this one is more efficient, and it makes me more money by doing a smaller cook in this cooker, especially today. This particular cook, I'm technically losing money on because I'm not able to profit as much because I bid the job before meat costs went up, and I can't tell them, hey, I need you to give me more money. All right, so my temperature is at 288 degrees, so I'm gonna throttle it back just a little bit, and we'll see where the temperature settles in. But if it gets, now I know that the thermometer is a bit high on the cooker today because I didn't have room on the shelf where the chicken was to get it right on the shelf so I could have an accurate temperature or gauge of what the temperature on that shelf is. So I am going to just let I'll let it get just a little bit over 300, and I know that it'll be a little lower. So truffle heads, 12 hours from now, they should be up to temperature. It won't take that long, man. Preston says, I have a math question for everyone. If I gave you $1 and want to change back in 50 pieces, how would you do it? Eric, you want audio? See, got my ice, adult beverage, and snacks ready. Feet propped up, getting ready for a 6-hour live. Crumpus, I don't know about that now. Nephew's Q says, thumbs up, Dash. Briskets are a little pricey here in the South, man. I'm telling you, yo, it was $5. It was $5 a pound, $4.95 per pound for brisket today. Laura said, brisket I saw in my store for the first time ever was $82 for like 2 feet long. Well, we need to know what the weight is so we can kind of compare the price per pound, if you will. Who's this Steve guy? Rick pulls up a chair next to Grumpus. Yes, indeed, Laura. All right, I'm about 5 minutes still behind in the comments. Smoke bomb and cow powder, also sweet and spicy, are my go-tos. Vicky, Valentine says hi. Valentine, so I'm a little behind on the comments, so don't feel bad. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just behind on the comments, so give me a moment. I got a serious equipment. You got serious equipment. That's what's up. Yeah. It'll be like movie night. Yeah, it will be. Dude, I send you the new South Texas Red Spicy Hot. No, sir, Uncle Steve, you haven't. But you know, I don't take offense to that. I know you're a busy guy. So, you know, I won't say I see you when I see you, but I know, you know, you think of me and you send me stuff when you can, and I'm so very appreciative, and yeah. All right. Jamie says, hey, neighbor, New Jersey here. Made it to 120. Yes, indeed. Any advice for a closest thing to brisket that you can buy? A chuck roast. Chuck roast is going to be the closest thing. If you do videos or see videos on brisket or poor man's burnt ends, that'll be probably the best thing you can do. I'm going to turn off. I started the GoPro. All right, so I could show the whole process of me getting the smoker going and getting it loaded. Sound great to me. Howdy, Eric Victor says. Yeah, Kent. Valentine. Dash, you need one of them big old fans. I know, trust me. It's just, to be honest, my roof is not very high in here. It's like a 10, 12 foot roof in here, and I won't say it wouldn't do much anything, but I need to get another fan. I had a fan that I put, like I had it set up on the rafters up here, and it fell. I used to leave it on top of, I can't remember if it was Brisket or Burn to Death, but I used to leave it on top, and the wind blew or the direction changed, and the whole fan like fell off and rotated, and it just like shook itself to death. Why has the price of beef went up recently? Have you started charging more for beef products? So Courtney, yes, I charged more, but I didn't charge enough. Let's put it that way. Do I have a Carol Burnett? No, Laura, I don't. I have to charge Grumpus extra for nail trimming. Oh my gosh. Peach Crown and Leonard from Dash. A great close to a wonderful day. That's what's up, Joe. Thank you. Channel choice, that sucks. I can understand. Do you purchase your grills or do you have to weld them and make them also? So I kind of made some of them. Like you guys can't see it, but I have my number 2 smoker is up on top of one of the refrigerators there in the back. I just don't want to move the camera around. So I'm trying to catch up on the comments, so don't feel bad. Valentine, I'm telling you, man, I hear you. I'm behind on the comments, so do not take it personal. Sometimes, guys, if you see someone like saying hi and trying to, tell them that I'm behind on the comments, and it's nothing personal. I just haven't gotten to their comment yet. Grumpus. $3.95 pound of Sam's in New Orleans. Shoot, Courtney, that's what's up. I wish. I appreciate you holding your prices on your word. Yep, that's exactly it. Like, and I'll be completely honest. I did charge a little bit more, but had I charged what the normal price is for brisket, I damn near would have lost my shirt, and I have a pretty big shirt. Jesus Christ, Kent says brisket $2.98 in Iowa. Man, I wish. Like I said, brisket cost me $5 a pound. It cost me $100 for these briskets. So I'm sorry, I do not read Arabic. Beef went up because Uncle Steve Shake got popular, Hobo said. What up, Hobo? How you doing this evening? Can you change to English? Yeah. What it do? Love your cooking tips. Thanks, Ice. Gas and beef prices suck right now. Well, the whole thing is gas prices are because of supply and demand. Everybody's going back to work. Everybody's going back into the world. So people are using more fuel and gasoline. So that's why those prices are going up. Also, I want to say with the pipeline shortage, it really wasn't a shortage. It was people panicked. Like when people panicked, bought toilet paper. That's how people panicked and shot the prices up or overinflated prices artificially for gas. And of course, things never come down as fast as they go up. What's up, man? So Hobo says howdy, fam. And in 10 minutes, howdy dash. Yeah, I'm like 2 minutes behind right now. We'll check your gas prices tomorrow. Going to the petrol. To the testing library in the house, man, I must be high. Nah, man, see, he likes some people. Every now and again, I get one of those celebrities that comes and checks out my videos, and Hobo Nickel is definitely one of those celebrities. At least you're seeing Prime, best brisket I found his choice. So Prime briskets, I actually saw some Prime, I think they were Prime briskets. They might have been Choice though. But Costco, I was at a Costco earlier today and I saw some, and don't quote me, but they were close to $5 and I was like, nope, not going to get it. Reason being is because I saw them earlier and I didn't have any place to put them. So I couldn't have put them in my car. It was 90 degrees here today. Kent says Choice brisket is $2.98 and Prime is $3.19. Holy hell. Things happen, business will work itself out. Yes, indeed. General choice. The one I saw was like 2 or 3 inches with a bit of fat on it. All right. Channel choice says 129 likes. Whoa! I'm telling you, this is my best live stream ever to date. 2 years old, saying night night, daddy. I'm out. Hey, Uncle Steve, be easy, man. Thank you very much, and thank you so much, very much in advance. Laura says, BRB, at least you're honest. Yeah, I guess Preston was talking about the Googled situation of the. All right, so I'm going to get you guys set back up. I'm going to get set back up at the end of the garage here. I'm going to clean up my mess. So I use these carboys and I put foil down in the bottom so I don't have to clean up as much. When I used to just put everything directly into the pans, if I didn't clean them out immediately, they left a heck of a mess down in here, and they would stain the busboy pans. So I line them with just a little bit of oil, especially for stuff like the pork shoulder, which has some of the seasoning have a red tint to them. And like I said, I found that it stains everything. Alright, so we're going to back the hands off and check the temperature on the thing over here. So the temperature is a bit high, so we're going to close that off a bit. see me all the way back here. All right. Turn this light out. You guys can see me okay. So that'll be directly over my shoulder. And let me get my phone put down lower and the tripod. So just give me a moment, guys. Get this all squared away and set up. Sorry, I'm gonna be behind on the comments again after I just caught up. But I really do want to take a moment and say thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me while I cook, keeping me company. All right, well, let's move this up now. Okay. Goodness gracious. All right, so let's get Vicky in the shot. And you guys can kind of watch. So the whole thing is, the reason why I'm sitting by the garage door is so that I'm not breathing in the smoke that Vicky is putting out right now. So let me adjust this one more. Actually, I can do this. There we go. All right. Sorry, it's just me here tonight, and obviously, yeah. Grumpus says, hug them kids, Steve. Tell them Grumpus says night-night. Quest J says, got half a cow a couple weeks ago. No one wants the liver. He gave me the liver. It's like 50 pounds of liver. He did offer me the brisket, so I had to make it into ground beef. Oof, goodness. Uncle Bull says, awesome. Let's roll some more likes. All right, so there's 83 of you guys here still, and I am cooking. So those of you guys who joined in a little late, I have some chicken, I have some brisket, and I have some pork shoulder on Vicky there. And I'll say, gotta keep the temperature, monitor the temperature. So temperature currently is 336. I want it to drop down a little bit. So the easiest way to get the temperature to drop down is to open up the cooker and let some of that heat out. So I'm gonna open up the cooker for a moment or so, let some of that heat out. And I won't say choke, but I did close off the intake just a little bit. Can barely hear you, too far away. Mario, we should be able to do like 2 months. When you get that far away from the phone. Sorry, can you, hopefully you guys can still hear me. Actually, I got 2 of those at Busboy Restaurant Depot for curing bacon. So I got the lids too. Nice. Ooh, we got a little bit of ice in here. Oh. It was in the freezer a little too long. Iced up a little bit. How many square feet in that garage? It looks huge. Grumpus. So this area of the garages that I'm in is 2 cars wide by 2.5 cars deep. I believe the dimensions are 25 feet wide by 50 feet, 50 feet long. I think that's what the dimensions are. So you can do the math on that square footage. I haven't measured it in quite a while. But I'm pretty sure it was 25 by 50. And then, sorry about the crotch cam, Kent. And then, so there are 5 bays. 3 of the bays are a single car deep, and then these 2 are 2.5 cars deep. Since I was late getting here tonight, what's Vicky cooking? Uncle Bull. So I have some boneless, skinless breast and thighs. I have some 2 briskets, and then I have 2 pieces of pork shoulder. STD says, all right, talking to Grumpus. How long is the cook? So it'll cook until it's done. I will be checking the chicken, and we are still running hot. I gotta get up and monitor it again. So we are at like 343. So what I'm gonna do is actually close off the air inlet. And the reason that it's running so hot is because I opened it up and showed you guys the temperature. Not the temperature, but the charcoal, and all that extra air rushing in there is, you see what it did. Thanks, Victor. He says, impressive garage. 1,250 square feet, Preston says. Thank you. Everett says, Vicky's out of control tonight. Well, so a couple things. The fact that I opened up the cook chamber or the firebox not too long ago, and that lump charcoal, it burns hot. So, and it's starting to come down. We're at 343. It was at 346. And again, I'm not 100% like it's fine. It'll be fine. So. The ice in my Monster is going to force me to drink it slowly. You guys, STD dudes, you're funny. Yes, this Mario says hot and fast tonight. No, sir. I am not trying to do hot and fast. And I might just go ahead and have to close the air inlet off completely because the temperature is starting to creep back up. It dropped down a little bit, but it's starting to creep back up. Kent says Dash Fire Department sees all that smoke. Yeah, man, I was worried. I do worry. I'll be completely honest. But the smoke has dissipated, and that is full on. That's steam at this point. You guys can't see, and I'm not going to bring but if I brought you over here, you would see the condensation on the exhaust pipe here, and that is just the steam that is coming off of out of the cooker. So all of that you see, majority of that is steam and not actually smoke. Bad boys, what you gonna do? Grandpa says -1 kidney equals more room for Texas barbecue. Oh, shoot. That is definitely because race car status there. Weight loss. Taking screws off and losing weight is car guy speak for go fast or going faster. All right. So there's 77 of you guys still hanging out, and we're gonna be here for a while. So let's see, what do you guys have cooking for this weekend? Preston says another fun fact: smoke is just unburnt wood. Yes, indeed. Well, actually, is it unburnt wood or is it the chemical reaction of the wood burning? Question J, what's up? Let's see. Mario says, "Sup, Everett?" Question J says, "Okay, Dash. Getting sleepy. I'll try to get on the live streams more. No problem. Just been sleeping or helping run a friend's shop on Wednesday while they're on vacation, and I get home late night and catch y'all next time." All right. Well, not a problem, Jay. Definitely appreciate you popping on and hanging out. Always good to hear from you and see you on the live streams. Don't be a stranger, man. You can comment on the videos and other stuff like that, just so I know you're still alive and kicking. No offense, but I like you, man. I like to hear from you. You are definitely one of the OGs, and I'm very appreciative. So I'm glad I do see you on Instagram from time to time. Like I said, that lets me know that everything is well with you. So yeah. Uncle Bull says he's doing pulled pork and ribs so far. Nice. STD says I'm cooking up interview with Eric Metcalf on Friday nights. Nice. All right. Chicken and brisket if it stops raining. Yeah, well, Grandpa, you need to get yourself a garage or some cover. Buster Richard, how you doing, sir? You and I need to talk, man. I'm long overdue to talk to you. Obviously, you saw I was kind of tied up. Darian, have a good night. Oh, some of us have to work tomorrow. Yeah, I do too. I gotta work and I'm working. So, Pulling double duty here tonight. Going on 3 years C-free. Nice, Jay. Nice, dude. I am, that is awesome, dude. Way to kick cancer's ass. For real. Drunken Chef says I'll be smoking some ribs, bacon rack brats, and spatchcock chicken this weekend. Nice. Mimi Gill says we're grilling pollo al carbone and jerk chicken this weekend. Nice. Nice. Question J says night. Fat Man Barbecue says, hey, what's going on? No smoker for the next 10 days. I'll be grilling, though, while in Florida. Nice. Well, that's what's up. Enjoy your vacation, your family time, Kent. And, you know, just hopefully you get yourself an adult-sized grill. You know, I know you're such a little guy. Bart says he's going to smoke Satan eggs and rib tips. Okay. Newbie says, especially electronics, I mean, once you let the smoke out of one of them things, there's no getting the smoke back in. Yeah. So the temperature is still climbing, but it'll be all right. It's sitting at 350, and I would open up the door again, but opening up the door and opening up things is just going to allow more air to be in that cook chamber. And I really just want the temperature will start to die down. So you guys, this is not a, you know, I don't lie and tell you that I have to fiddle with the smokers every now and again. And if it were just me out here and I wasn't like cooking, I don't say for you guys, I wouldn't have opened up as soon as I closed the door, that would have been it. And the temperature would be going down at this point. But because I did open it up so you guys could see into the firebox, that is to my detriment right now. Preston says I used to be a chimney sweep. It's unburnt wood that goes out as gas that turns into a liquid, then into a solid. Once it what people I'll call creosote inside of the chimney pipes. Yes, indeed. Definitely know all about creosote. I shake that pipe that you see on the top of Vicky right now. I shake that pipe out every month or so. Pork shoulder and 4 racks of ribs on Memorial Day. Nice, Everett. That's what's up. Mario says he's probably doing some wings. Look at all that smoke. Yes, indeed. So it is cleared up, and that right there, that is a lot of that is honestly, that's water vapor. That's you know, it is hot in the smoker, and that is steam. Terry says I'm back. All cooking will be on 14-inch tabletop. Okay. Phil says first time using a smoker and the chicken thighs were not cooked thoroughly. Why is that? You didn't cook them long enough. Yeah, either your temperature wasn't high enough and you just didn't cook them. I mean, so smoking something is just like cooking something. Smoking something is just like cooking something. Like if you fried it or cooked it on the grill, the whole thing is you're just cooking at a lower temperature, which means it's going to take longer for that thing to cook. So you have to keep in mind that you probably just didn't let it cook long enough. Mimi says, what is a Satan egg? I wasn't going to ask. I was going to leave it up to one of you guys to just to Google it or search Google and then say what it is. B says he's still here, just working and listening. Well, that's what's up. Bart Simpson says better known as deviled eggs. Victor says IBS doesn't like hot. I'll try to lump first. Have her cook. My light just came on outside of the garage here. Hold on a second, guys. I guess it's just the trees moving around. I'm tripping the light. We lost power for a second. So the light outside of the garage, I usually flick the light so it stays on, but it was off because we lost power for a quick second earlier, and I forgot to turn it back on. So when it came on just now, I'm like, hold up, what the hell's out there? Victor says IVS doesn't like hot. I'll try and lump the first half of the cook next time. So I would mix lump and briquettes. But I found that Biggie runs better on, and when I say better, runs at a lower temperature on the briquettes. and not lump and briquettes. And I'm still climbing. The temperature's still climbing, so I'm trying to let some heat out. And I closed the inlet off all the way. And we're seeing the temperature. I'm seeing the temperature drop down, but again, it's just chicken up top. I'm not really all that pressed. Bart says he likes it hot. All right, the deviled eggs. Bart says not a stream, not water vapor coming. It's not steam, water vapor coming out of the smoker. Well, water vapor isn't steam water vapor. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. So, so you see I can hear you. You guys probably can't hear it, but I can hear it boiling just a little bit down there. Oh, STD says, I have sad news, everyone. I did not win the Ohio Vaximillion lottery. Sad face times 5. Yes, indeed. Mark Patterson says, hey, Dash, I'm a new viewer to your channel, and I really like all of your videos. Do you ship your meats to Ohio? And if so, where can I find prices, and how do I contact you for more information? So, Mark, I would love to tell you, and I'm going to say under normal circumstances, I do ship. But one, the Postal Service, who was where I ship my food through, or how I ship my food, is doing a piss poor job right now, and I don't trust sending anything through the mail. And two, because of the fact that meat prices have gone through the roof and are like astronomically priced right now, I don't feel comfortable charging you what I would need to charge you in order to make money on the food. So I'm going to ask you to try to be patient and let things kind of go back a little more to normal. And then we can kind of talk. We can revisit this in 2 to 3 months. Jimmy says, time to hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. Now, one of the other things too, Mark, I will tell you that maybe, as opposed to shipping, I can meet you on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I have an aunt that lives out in Pittsburgh, and she actually talked to me a day or so ago, and she told me she needed some brisket. So if you've been around for a while, you guys know my favorite aunt. My favorite aunt is the one I send food to and lives in Pittsburgh. And I've taken food out there to her when I did a pickup and a delivery of some arcade cabinets and pinball, or it was arcade cabinets. And I stopped at my aunt's house and spent the night, hung out with her, took her some food. So I've taken food out there to her in Pittsburgh. And then I've also sent food out there to Pittsburgh a couple times. So, like I said, she's my favorite aunt for a reason. She places orders every now and again, and she hit me up saying she wanted brisket, and I'm like, the cost of brisket right now, I don't even want to charge you what I need to charge you, because she pays, she's willing to pay not full price, because she gets a little bit of a discount, but I don't, I'm not getting rich off of my aunt's back. Let's put it that way. But what I was getting at is I might have to meet you in like Hagerstown or Breezewood or something like that. Maybe we can work something out. Barb said, this is absolutely great to chat with you, with the chef. Oh, I'm no chef, man. I'm just an arsonist who cooks. All right, I'm trying to catch up. We call deviled eggs really hot Satan eggs. Okay, Preston, all right. I run my offset and lump. The only time I use briquettes is in my kettles. Nice. Kent, that's what's up. It's not really wanting to ship anything because of USPS right now. Thanks, Preston. Yep. All right, Mark, you said I can wait. Filling up my water jugs. Yeah. Still doing the transport thing. Yeah, man, shoot. I won't say, what's funny is I'll get like an arcade cabinet move or a pinball machine move like once every month or two now. In the beginning of the pandemic, it was crazy because a lot of folks were not wanting to drive and or go anywhere, and they're like, well, because of the pandemic, I really don't want to, travel interstate and stuff like that. So they were willing to pay me to do it, and I'm like, I need to keep my butt at home too. I don't want to put myself out there, but I've gotten vaccinated, and at this point I feel a little bit better as far as going out and doing different things. But when I have moved machines, I still have moved a couple machines here and there. But when I have moved machines, it's like I will go and move them, and mask on and taking them where I needed to be and pick them up and drop them off and stuff like that, man. So I'm still transporting machines. Hell yeah. Shoot, my van sits and sits and sits. Might as well make a couple dollars every now and again when I can. It's easy money. Why not? I'm not doing much work. Ship your brisket from Iowa. I'll probably save you. Do I need to ship you brisket from Iowa? I'll probably save you some money. Yeah, but oh man, Jimmy. I'm using my phone, Jimmy, to do the live stream, so I'll have to check your message a little later. Let's see. No problem, Jimmy. Definitely be easy. Let me see. Kent says, Dash, I need to ship you brisket from Iowa. I'll probably save you some money. So, Kent, I would love to say yes, but by the time you ship it to me, the cost is going to be absorbed in the savings. So, I mean, everything you would need to do to ship it I mean, I'm not sweating it. Captain Newbie said, I'm swapping my 7.3 into my POS Ford F350 this weekend. God willing. Shoot, good luck with that. Man, I would love to take, I have a 6-liter in my van, and of course, they are like the ugly redheaded stepchild of the Ford engines between the 6-liter, the 6.0, the 6.4, and the 6.7. I can't afford anything with a 6.7 because they're all obviously newer. So I'm just kind of dealing with what I have with the 6-liter. And I'm not beating on it or doing anything crazy, and just doing the maintenance and other things like that as needed so that I can drive it. What's going on, Jim? He says, hello all. Hey, Dash. How you doing this evening, Jim? Been a minute. I have your sticker on my cup. My cup is in the house. Pulled donor from a 98 E350. So one of the things you have to be careful, Russ, is the E350 and the F350. The oil, the oil cooler, some of the accessories are in different positions. Like I know on my van, the oil filter is on the bottom, where a lot of the F series, the oil filter is on the front of the engine, like either on the front where you just take your filter off, or it's a like it's a straight canister. Where on my van, it is a like it's not a canister. It is a filter element that you change. So just be careful. Sounds like a fun. Yeah. Good luck with that, Preston. I totally agree with Preston. I work for a refrigerator trucking company. We haul to the East Coast all the time. Kent, we might have to talk, man. But I'm cool, Kent. I'd rather have that ace in the back pocket, like in case I have to. If it's still as bad as it is come July, I have 2 events coming up in July that I've already taken payment for and booked, and I booked it weeks ago. So I know I'm losing money on that one. And then the next event, I haven't actually billed the customer yet, but it's for a good friend of mine, and I'm not going to beat him over the head. Swap more from mechanical fuel pressure. Person said it's a hard swap. Well, good luck with that. Definitely good luck with that. And yeah, that thing is definitely heavy. All right. Golly, man. The freaking temperature is still running away. So I've done, I won't say everything. Stinking good barbecue. The next thing I can do to try and get the temperature to drop down, and what the problem is that charcoal is good and lit down at the bottom, and all of that heat and everything is coming straight up into the top. And I put the thermometer on that side of the cooker on purpose because that's where it's hottest. So let me see what the temperature says at the grate. At the grate, we're at we're only at about 280 degrees. So again, I won't say I'm not that worried, but I know that heat is concentrated up to that higher area where I put that probe. And then the thermometer that's down just over the pork shoulder, in between the brisket and the pork shoulder. Hopefully you can see me. Hopefully you can see me. Between the brisket and the pork shoulder is showing just under 225. So there's a 75 degree difference, almost a 75 degree delta between the top of the smoker and the bottom of the smoker. So while I'm seeing a higher temperature here, I'm not that concerned because I know the temperature is not that high at the grate. Victor says I have a 7-point whatever power stroke. It needs an overhead done. Needs an overhead done? An overhaul maybe? Let me say over what? How do you become a channel moderator? Preston says. Well, a lot of the Patreon patrons, if I put a username to a to your Patreon patronage, I'll make you a moderator. If you hang around for a while, comment a lot, and I used to do it one of those things where if you donated to the channel or something along those lines, I made you a moderator. I won't say it's arbitrary, but Russell says stay sober. Russell actually, I owe him a mod, and I can't do it right now because I know he is pretty sure he is a patron. Are you a patron, Russ? I don't know. I gotta remember. Damn it, the light is off on the driveway. Terry says, no, okay. He's just been around for a while. Stinking Good Barbecue says, I'm late to the party. What are you smoking? I have some chicken, I have some brisket, and I have pork shoulder, as the title of the video states. I have a catering job tomorrow. It is like a luncheon. And the order is for 10 pounds of brisket, 10 pounds of pork shoulder, and 10 pounds of chicken. So that is what I have in the smoker. I have like 18 pounds of shoulder, almost 19 pounds of shoulder, or at least it was 19 pounds raw. There's a little more than 20 pounds of brisket in there that was raw before I trimmed it. And it was about 15, 16 pounds of chicken in there. Preston says I would like to become one. Well, Preston, is one of those things, I need to be at my computer in order to make it happen. So a lot of times when I'm doing the live streams, I'll be sitting at my laptop. And then as you guys are commenting, I can, make you moderators and stuff like that. I greatly appreciate the volunteerism. I just can't do it right now. Actually, let me see if I can do it from a work phone. I don't know if I'll be able to, though. I don't know. All right, so let's turn that down. Guess what? Grumpus says, how does one break down the number of people to feed? So, let's see. I usually recommend a half a pound of protein per person, and then I do a 25% overage. Hi, Preston. Taste that soup. How many to feed tomorrow? They said about 50 people. Oh, man, Grumpus, what are you doing? You're all blue. Captain Newbie, what? Preston, I took care of it. The whole thing is I use my work phone to log in and take care of it. So actually, while I'm here, I might as well give myself a like. Let's see, let's close that. I cannot close it. Yeah, 143 likes now. What? And 75 folks. Uncle Bull said it's Blue Night. Yeah, man. Edward, how you doing? The IRS phone. I don't know about that one. It's actually my company phone. B Rock says, need 7 more. Come on, everybody. Yes, indeed. Holy cow, 148. If you have not already, hit that thumbs up button for me. I'd greatly appreciate it. This has just turned out to be an awesome, awesome, awesome live stream. As you can see over my shoulder, I had Vicky going, and Vicky is cooking. There is boneless skin and boneless, skinless breasts and thighs. Boneless, skinless breasts and thighs. I have 2 briskets in there and some pork shoulder. We are, one away. That calls for 2 jars of fire water. Holy cow, Preston! What? Well, the PO box is down in the description down below. So man, Captain Newbie says 150. Come on, I still see 149. Oh man, I am 150. Thank you, Everett. Terry says I don't have a wrench yet. I gave you a like on my wife's phone. Thanks, B. I appreciate it. Yo, Laura. Justin says, give yourself a like. That's cheating. Maybe make sure you subscribe too. Well, you know what's crazy is I can't subscribe to. Actually think I can subscribe to my own channel, but I do have I won't say multiple channels, but you know there are some spin-off channels. Holy cow! Captain Newbie says 155. I still only see 153. Uncle Bull. Wifey just like me. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Grumpus. Appreciate that. Eric said, hook up Madwood. Hook up Madwood with what? I don't know what you're talking about. Who took back 154? Oh, man, the likes are going down. Oh, boy. Man, it's all right. I saw 150. I think I saw 155, and now I see 153. It's okay. 150 likes. I am like, how do you get a wrench? I don't know, man. Sometimes it just mysteriously pops up. We'll see. We'll see if I like you enough to get you a wrench there, B. Hold on. I kind of have to do it from the other phone. Victor says no. Overhead is like giving a diesel engine a tune-up. Overhead is like fuel injectors, adjustment, and perhaps replacement. Oh, okay. I never heard of an overhead. I thought of an overhaul. But B said, did I miss it? Man, dude, I appreciate that, Preston. Definitely. Shouldn't the smoke be coming out of the smoker be more clear? Not necessarily. That's majority of that right there is water vapor / steam. Someone corrected me, said it wasn't steam, it was water vapor. So, and hold on, man, freaking temperature's still climbing. I gotta do some more adjusting. I'm gonna close this thing off in a bit. Somebody's tickling the button. Cause the Smurf fairy blesses you. I'll become Oprah. You get a wrench. You get a wrench. You get a wrench. No problem, Jim. I appreciate it. I sure will. Oh, man. Captain Newbie says, injectors are so many monies. Man, you ain't never lied. No problem, Terry. Laura says, hey, Jim, any videos yet? Pump 17, what do you prefer, charcoal or wood as far as cooking? It depends on the cooker. Some of my cookers run on charcoal. Some of my cookers run on wood. So B, I think there's some sort of limit or something's going on. I closed out I'm getting ready to close out. I'm trying to log back in on my work phone here. But we will see what I can do in a bit. Now, since I'm on the work phone, I'm checking my email. Ooh. I should never looked. remote access was down earlier tonight. I use wood from time. Person said just a heads up when you get it at first, just take a small sip because it's not cut much. If you get my drift. Oh, I understand. Oh man. All right, so now the temperature at this top thermometer is showing over 300 degrees. So what we can do to help work that and help get the temperature back down is I've already closed the intake off completely. And I'll bring you guys a little closer so you can see what I'm going to do here. So I've already closed the intake off completely. So the next thing I'm going to do is add some more water to the cook chamber. The water will actually help bring the temperature down, and obviously the fact that I have the cook chamber open will help bring the temperature down as well. I can't see. I turned the light out, of course, over top of the smoker here. I can't see down in here to make sure that this doesn't overflow. But you can hear that steam coming off of the that corner there. Taking a look at the alright, so my chicken thighs are obviously they're cooking a lot faster than I want them to because it's warmer. So I'm going to be saucing them soon. And I'm going to sauce all of the chicken. So I am going to shoot. We are 2.5 hours into the live stream. I told you guys that I would be streaming for a while. I can't show y'all everything now, so I'm going to probably end this in a couple minutes. We're going to go, fuck, it's 2.5 hours. Oh, goodness. I'm going to take a break and go inside the house too. It's a sauna time. Rogan said, "Sorry, sir. Happy cooking. I'm out for the night." Yep. Is the wifey a drinker? If so, I'll send her a jar of my wife's favorite water. Flavored water. Well, she drinks a little. She's not a very big drinker. Like, I'll buy her stuff to drink, and it sits around and sits around and sits around until I drink it. If she doesn't. Bigger says steam is water vapor, just hot. Okay. Dash smoker being equal and unlimited fuel. Do you have a preferred using charcoal or wood? Smokers being equal and unlimited fuel. So that's the thing. It's not that simple because Grumpus, the bigger smokers use wood. The smaller smokers, Vicky uses charcoal. Now I'll use a charcoal of wood and charcoal, or a mix of wood and charcoal in Vicky. The bigger smokers, Bessie runs better, or Bessie ran better on straight wood. Bernadette, I can burn either fuel. It's just when I use wood in Bernadette, I have to be very careful and I won't say be mindful, but just be careful of how I load it, so that it doesn't like the. It's weird. It'd be one of those things where I have to like show you to explain it to you. Uncle Bull says, "Well, Dash and everyone gotta head to bed, back to bed. In the field tomorrow. Hope everyone has a safe holiday." Yes, indeed. Comrade says, "Do you research Craigslist Marketplace for barbecue-related items, and have you found any good deals lately?" So, no, Comrade, I don't, because the whole thing is, when you go looking, you're going to go find it. There will always be a good deal. I found, as far as like looking for car parts or looking at vehicles and stuff like that. So, I remove all temptation and I don't even look. B says, "Keep it rolling. What do you keep in secret from all of us, or us all?" I'm you know, I gotta keep some stuff for me. Plus, I gotta go pee. I gotta go back in the house. I gotta go get some stuff from in the house and come back out here. I don't want you guys just hanging on. Captain Newbie says, damn, I don't have to be in until 11 tomorrow. Well, yeah. When you was putting the wood on the smoker, it sounded like you just drank too much beer. Mark says, Dash, do you barbecue every day? And if so, what is your favorite meat to cook and eat? So, Mark, I don't barbecue every day. I mean, I know, right? I've been cooking for quite some time, and I'll tell you what, man, I do my fair share of grilling. Like, I probably average cooking on the grill or outside 2 to 3 times a week sometimes. In the summer or when it's warmer and there's more daylight, I can average 3 to 4 times a week, depending on my mood. And but I don't cook on the grill every single day. I know people that do, but I cook primarily for 1 or 2 reasons. Either I'm feeding my family or I'm getting paid for it. So this is one of the instances where I'm getting paid for it, so I'm cooking. And then as far as what I like to eat, I really like brisket, beef ribs, lamb, and salmon for myself. Stinking Good Barbecue says, how much for Bernadette? You come and give me 5,500 and I'll tell you where to come and get her. 5,500. No low balls. I know what I have. Garage kept. How do you keep your flavor consistent for your customers? Would they even notice? So Grumpus, I won't say they don't notice, but that's the thing. When I use Bessie, there is a more pronounced woodier, smokier flavor. I'm not even gonna lie. But when I use Vicky, because of the fact that I use wood, I use charcoal and or briquettes and lump, there is also, and there still is, a more prevalent wood flavor. If I'm cooking for customers, I'm using one of those smokers, excuse me, or my drum. I'm not using the Traeger, or I'm not using the Big Green Egg for that specific reason, because I want to have those more pronounced smoky flavors, and those are the cookers that are going to give me that smoky goodness flavor. Beasts will wait. Just give us some munchies. We'll be fine. After the camera's off, he's going to add Wagyu beef tallow to the briskets. I don't know about that, man. That's what he feed the family. Spaghetti. Oh, surprise. Yeah. Captain Newbie says, I had pizza for lunch. Got home and my wife ordered pizza. Oh, okay. Oh, sounds good. On some nights. Over from Overboard Blue. Yeah. Well, I could go ahead and in the house, I gotta get my sauce put into a bottle. And I'm trying to think what else I need to get. Sauce into a bottle. I need to go pee. Y'all can hang out. I mean, y'all can sit here and watch the smoker smoke. I need to. Where's my thermometer here? All right. So the temperature is starting to come down. We're at 338 there. And get you guys a little closer. Y'all can. I have you on top of the Watchman here. Laura says we'll look after it. All right, I'm taking my earpiece out. I'm leaving it here because y'all don't want to go hear me pee. I'll be back out here in a couple of moments. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks for watching the smoker for me. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know if anything pops off. Wait, what? What, Captain Doobie? What? I'm going in the house. I gotta get my barbecue sauce for the chicken, and I have to get my. I have to go pee. Thanks. Thanks. I'm back. Hopefully you guys didn't miss me too much. Get my earpiece back in. So let's see here. Are you serious? About a possum? That'll get watch hours up. Sure enough, Grumpus. 44 people watching is not even here. Now that's a following. Yes, indeed. Thanks, dude. Hey, B, don't you gotta laugh and chuckle, but there are possums in this area. Foxes, possums. Victor says it's kind of funny who's still here. So I had to get some pans because I know the chicken will be finishing soon, and when the brisket and the pork shoulder is done, it all will need to go into the house. So let me get the light turned back on, and if I have the spoon over here, I'm not going to need to use it. Usually, I really only use the stool when I am working on the higher, like if I have stuff up higher, I'll use the stool. But I'll do it today just to kind of keep myself clean, hopefully. But my chicken is looking good, and actually, we're gonna do some professional stuff here. Do not try this at home unless you are professional as well. So you guys can hopefully see this okay. My briskets. This brisket over here is doing better than the other brisket. I can see it's a little hotter. So we are going to do the, ooh, this is hot. I'm gonna grab a t-shirt here. We're gonna flip it around. Now we can promote even cooking. We can spread that heat around, spread that heat out. I might do the same to the chicken up top as well. Keep an eye on it. That one piece in the back is kind of scaring me. It's looking like it's trying to jump off the shelf there. So let's do this. Let's get it seasoned up or sauce. And I'm just gonna, you guys have seen me put sauce on stuff. And me standing on this stool just gives me a better vantage point to be able to see and make sure I'm getting sauce on everything pretty evenly. And I'm just squirting some sauce on here. Nothing real crazy. The sauce just helps with the flavor. Alright, now I have a brush. I'm going to use the brush and get this piece of chicken that's all the way in the back. And I'm just going to spread the sauce out evenly. And that's it. Because there's no skin on this chicken, the sauce will help make sure that the, not skin, but the chicken is staying hydrated. It doesn't get that rubbery bite to it. That's the reason why I put sauce on my chicken, just to help to make sure that there's no rubbery bite. And the skin doesn't, or the outside bit doesn't dry out. really do want to say thank you to you guys who are hanging out and watching this. Never did I think that there'd be 40 or 50 of you guys that would just want to hang out. I won't say all night, but hang out for quite some time and watch me cook. Man. So, well, our temperature dropped down. I can go ahead and put my gloves on and get the chicken turned around so I can monitor the temperature of the chicken. I'm pretty sure the thighs are warmer than the breasts are right now. So I'm gonna do the same thing that I did on the brisket and get them flipped around so that I can, and I also get the probe put into the breast so I can monitor the temperature and make sure that it's, when it's done, it's done. Now we get the low temperature. And remember that chicken thigh I was worried about? It committed suicide and dropped off the edge there. Ooh, buddy. There's some chicken grease. The chicken juice. It's hot. That's for daggone sure. All right. Ooh. Okay. Check these guys while I'm standing here. All right, the chicken breast is at 150. The sky is at 147. 150. So we're right on target here. Oh, now one of the things you see, I use my thermometers there. Once I'm finished my cook, I take all these things in the house, and in between meats, like I'll take the chicken. Obviously, I'm checking the chicken. That's why you haven't seen me probe the beef or the pork. I will probe the chicken until the chicken is done. Then I'll probe the beef, and I'll get a temperature check. Then I'll probe the pork. And then once I'm done, I take that in the house and, you know, I keep them separate. And right now, I'm gonna get a probe over here, and I'm gonna put it down in the middle of the breast there. Temperature probe squared away here. Push some of this chicken up a little bit. Oh, it's hot. Make some room for this probe on the shelf here. All right, so now I'll get a better reading of the temperature at the shelf level. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me. There's over here. Okay. Get my I'm setting everything. All right, so let's sit back down here. Okay, let me catch up on the comments now. Thank you guys for hanging out. I am completely blown away with those of you guys who want to hang out with me and just watch. Let's see. Grumpus said, all of us are here. Captain Newbie said, I left. Laura says, is he holding a carrot? Mark said, I'm still here. I'm not really here, KB says. So how long? How things in Texas and Canada? Where is the carrot? I identify as being here, Grumpus said. I've not seen Mubu. Hope he's still not digging out from the last snowfall. Yeah. Yeah. Toss. Your toes look great. Pink. Okay. The carrot makes a good brush. Oh, the carrot is being used as a rubber brush. What kind of delivery is going on? You guys are funny. Oh, man. We're all in the class clowns. Well, the teacher has his back to us. Yes, indeed. Like my drafting teacher in high school, you get talking about his hog farm and whole class was shot. He would get so mad at us, wait a few weeks and do it again. Yeah. Anyone seen any great sales for this weekend for lump or briquettes? I saw Sam's has some on sale, but that was about it. Is in my hair for like 5 minutes now, and he hasn't noticed. Sorry, KB. What the hell would you do in the rain? I'm trying to catch up. All right, guys. Well, I'm caught back up. Y'all can say hi to me again. The teacher has noticed you. I noticed you, senpai. I noticed you guys. All right, so thanks. Like, yeah. My chicken, I guess the chicken on the outer edges is much warmer than the chicken in the middle. The chicken that I probed is kind of low, which is, I won't say to be expected, but it is to be expected after having everything open for quite a while. So I'm just going to kind of watch this and watch what's going on. And kind of go from there. Once the, everything heats up. And I know the sauce brings down the temperature a little bit. So we're just going to let it roll and let it go for probably another half an hour, 45 minutes. And then it'll be done. Yeah, B has been all around the world. He should be, it shouldn't be Patriot Barbecue. He should be, I used to be an oil man all around the world, and now I do barbecue. No American. Oh, yeah, Victor says he's American, but I used to long haul truck. I've been to every province, including Newfoundland. I smell a skunk, which is not very good that I'm smelling a skunk. That's the last thing I want to do is get sprayed by a damn skunk around here. B definitely has been everywhere. What caused the price of meat to skyrocket is because of the pandemic. I think it's a supply and demand thing. The meat packing processing or meat packaging plants are having shortages of workers again, like in the beginning of the pandemic. So because folks can't get out and do work, they are, shorthanded, and it's almost the same exact thing as happened, a couple months ago. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but it's one of those things where somebody says, I'm going to raise the price, and then somebody else says, well, hell, they raised the price, I'm going to raise the price too. So there could be no rhyme or reason as to why the meat prices have gone up, but I'm sure there's a supply and demand issue. If the skunk sneaks in, man, I'm keeping my eye on it. I got a little something for it. Get this on my head. The roof, the roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the burn, mother, oh, burn. Skunks, like good eats. Yeah, well, shoot, no. Yeah, Mark, it definitely rolls downhill, and I mean, rolling downhill, it not only rolls downhill to us, it rolls further downhill to the people who I am cooking for. This particular job that I'm cooking for tomorrow, I actually did charge a little bit more than I would normally, but I did not charge near enough. I'm still definitely losing money on brisket. I'm not losing as much money on pork shoulder. Oh, and I started telling you about chicken. There's a chicken shortage. Like, I went to Sam's Club. I won't say my normal, but you know, there's two Sam's Clubs. One is like 5 minutes away, the other is 15 minutes away. So I go to the one that's 15 minutes away because I needed fuel for my car. And because I needed fuel, I had to go to the further away Sam's because they have diesel at the pumps there. The one closer to me only has gasoline. So I went to the one further away, and I go inside the store, and I'm looking at the count, not the counters, but the little refrigerator section, and they have zero chicken, none. Only chicken they had was the organic chicken, and that stuff is like super duper expensive. The organic chicken costs as much as beef, and I was like, oh hell no. So I go to the meat counter, and I knock on the window, and I'm talking to one of the guys, and I said, I know this is about to be a funny ask, but I said, you wouldn't happen to have any in the boneless skinless breast or boneless skinless thighs back there that's not like organic? He said, he yelled back to one of the other, he said, this guy wants some chicken. Everybody said, man, it's a shortage right now. We have no chicken. He said, there's no chicken back here. Only chicken we have is what you see out there. And they had nothing but organic chicken left. And it was stupid crazy price. Let's see. Ooh. Yep, Grumpus, totally agree. He says, I'm sure lots of companies are using the pandemic as an excuse to jack up prices for losses. Lots of companies have had losses because they haven't been having the sales. In order to recoup some of the losses, they're jacking up prices, and there's no particular rhyme or reason, and everybody's just blaming it on the pandemic, blaming it on the rain, right? Yeah, Mark. Yo, dude, so I absolutely no chicken at the Sam's, and the chicken that they did have, like I said, was cost as much as beef. And I was like, there's no way I'm paying for this. So I left from the Sam's and I went to a Costco, and luckily enough, I was able to get the chicken from a Costco. Now, I paid more for it than I would have liked to. I think I paid $3.50 or so per pound for the chicken breast. And normally I like to pay no more than $2.48, $3. Oh, actually, I think it was $1.50 more than normal. And the boneless skinless thighs were like $2.25, $2.50, and they're normally like $2 per pound. So they weren't as high, but they were still high as well. Do you ever sell just scraps for people to make their own beans, chili, etc., or do you just give it away? Nah, B, I don't sell the scraps. I want to say more often than not, I throw it away. Like the bits and pieces that are on the cutting board. I have been making it a habit of scraping some of that stuff up, putting it in a bag, and I'll hold on to it for myself, or I'll hold on to it, if somebody says, hey, I would love some brisket beans, or somebody asks me for some brisket beans, or if I'm doing something and I'm like, I'm gonna make some brisket beans, I'll put those trimmings in the brisket into some beans. Tomorrow, I actually had an upsell because of the fact that um, I sold them some brisket beans, and I'm like, listen, I'll do some beans for you guys and put some brisket in it, the last little bit to the brisket. So I'll probably put a pound of brisket or so into the beans, and maybe half a pound. It's too expensive to be putting a whole pound of brisket in the beans, but excuse me, any and everything left on that cutting board is going to get scraped up and put into those beans. And when I say it changes the flavor in an instant, I mean it definitely does. Mark says, I know I read that General Mills and several other companies have said that they are raising their prices. Everybody's raising their prices. And one of the other things, Mark, the trickle down effect is one of those things where fuel prices have gone up, and because fuel prices have gone up, transportation prices have gone up, and then shipping prices have gone up, and because shipping prices have gone up, when they send you different things, and those costs have gone up, so then that's driving the price of other things to go up as well. And it's one of those things where it just all around sucks, because the pandemic is definitely to blame for a lot of things, but when these companies were making, and I won't say extra money, but were making out because the transportation costs went down, they didn't lower the prices. But now that the costs have gone back up, or the costs are getting higher because of the fact that transportation is getting higher, and or they didn't lower the cost of different things because they weren't having the same amount of sales. Like the things just weren't being bought. All right, things weren't being sold, so they're losing out on revenue. So now that everybody's starting to buy things again and do other things, I mean, there's so many different things that the economy is just. It sucks how the pandemic is the major. The pandemic is the root cause, okay, but how it has spiraled and affected everyday things, or things in our everyday lives, has just become like ridiculous. That people are blaming the pandemic for any and everything, but a lot of it does. KB says, stop it. Blame it on the rain, just replace the roof song. Yeah, well. Newbie says, I have 37 sheets of 4 by 8, 15, 32 plywood in my garage from a roof that never happened in my garage. So I might be a millionaire, man, dude. Let me tell you, had I had to replace this roof this year versus last year, my goodness, I would have never been able to do it. The guys who did my deck, right? We got a quote on them doing the deck last year, and because of the fact that I had to do the roof last year and I did the concrete pad last year, I couldn't get the deck done last year. So we got the deck done this year. And what ended up happening was, like, I was really concerned about the price of the deck, because I'm like, yo, wood prices have gone through the roof, no pun intended. And so what the guy who gave me a quote last year, he matched the same quote he gave me last year. So he took a hit on the on his labor, right? On his profit for labor, and he didn't cut any sort of cost as far as like doing a piss poor job or a half-ass job. I mean, he put all of his ass into it. And the price he gave me last year was what he honored for this year, and he got it done. And man, I'm singing from the rooftops. This dude came out and did the deck, and when I say it is phenomenal, it is great. Let's see. Victor says, FYI, the wildest load I ever moved was from Seattle to Fort Murray in January. It was 16 foot 2 inches wide, negative 20 degrees slow, and ice and he said he loved it. That highway, they said, it's so bad in the winter. Yeah, St. Louis style spare ribs, $1.97 HEB this weekend. Well, Grumpus, better stack up. Yeah, Mark says illegal highway robbery. Sure enough. The Food Cat says, hello, everyone. I love some barbecue. I will take a plate with all your items in your video title. Well, the Food Cat, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this food is already spoken for. It is for an order. I'm cooking for an order. I have a luncheon I'm catering tomorrow, so the smoker is going in the back there, and I'm sitting off to the side, just so I'm not so close because it's warm. But my chicken is going back up in temperature, and the smoker has come down in temperature. So Victor says there's also a driver shortage, big transportation problem, so higher cost for everyone. But you can grow like 35 or even 44 plants at a time. Yeah, definitely, Laura. Kroger has them cheap too. All right, well, shoot, big grumpus, y'all stock up for me too. When you make pulled pork, have you ever taken the fat from it, emulsified it, and then added it into the pulled pork? All right, so Mark, what I do is I will, when I pull my pork, usually I use the foil pans and I let the pork shoulder sit in foil pans until it hits a temperature and a right feel, and then I will tear it apart. But when I pull it, I will pull the pieces like apart and I'll take the fat and all of the stuff that doesn't have a good mouthfeel out and I'll kind of drop it into my sink. And then the good meat I will put into another pan, a fresh pan, right? And then all of the stuff that's left in that pan, I will just take a little bit of it, a couple tablespoons or like handfuls of it, and put some of that into the final pulled pork mixture. I don't leave all of that in there. It's too much, jus and too much fat in there. So I will either pour it off and then separate the jus from the fat. So there's like the good juices and not the fat juices that I'm putting back into the pork, the final product, because I don't want it to be like too greasy. I don't want it to be too greasy, but I don't dry my pork shoulder out, so it it doesn't need a whole bunch of stuff. It's definitely plenty moist, and it's just good. Like it's just good. And I also add a little bit of barbecue sauce, so that makes sure that there's some moisture being reintroduced or put back into that. Russ said I'm trying to do this solar New Jersey program to get my roof done, but I have to repair. But have to repair credit. Where am I from? I'm from Philadelphia, but I live in Baltimore right now. First Love says, "Good God, you all still here?" Yeah, they didn't let me go in the house and go to the bathroom and get my sauce and sauce my chicken and go get my pan so that I could get the chicken off once it's ready. My chicken is still coming along, and shoot, we rolling. I got the temperature down in the smoker. Waiting on the dripping. Would you have? Oh, Laura said I love to do solar. I have all the stuff, especially brisket drippings. That's gold right there. Yeah, I'm gonna get 2 Tesla battery packs in the process too, so I can get stuff off the wire. Cool. I've seen videos where some people add fat back in once it's emulsified. I don't. It's one of those things where I don't want to put too much of it back in. If it's moist, you don't have to re-add moisture. And then one of the things is I don't want to add fat back into it, especially. I won't say you work hard to let that fat render away. I'm not just going to put that back into it. I know fat is flavor, and that's why, like I said, I will add some of it back into the general mixture. But for the most part, I'm going to add the jus, the juices, right? That moisture I'm going to put back into the pork shoulder, not necessarily the fat. What you can do, if you check out the description, there is a fat separator down in the description. If you click more, and if you look at those Amazon links, there is a fat separator down there. You can get that fat separator, and then what happens is you can take the juices that are in that pan. So I use foil pans for this specific reason. When I'm cooking brisket and when I'm cooking pork shoulder, I like to capture all of those juices, and then I will separate the jus, the good juices, from the fat, the bad juices, and I will, typically give, especially for brisket, I will give the jus to the customer so that they can have like a sauce to pour over top of the brisket, or like for dipping if you so choose to dip into. And for the pork shoulder, I put that jus off to the side, and I'll reintroduce a little bit of it into the pork shoulder if necessary. Most of the time, no, it's not. Like I said, I'll add a little more seasoning. I'll add a little bit of barbecue sauce just to give it a little bit of a sweeter flavor sometimes, and then that's like it. Food cast. Food cast says that's a long commute for me to get barbecue. You make gravy or stock? Neither. When will lumber prices drop? First love, who knows? The whole thing is, everything goes up, and it takes 3 or 4 times as long to go down as it did to go up. Pour drippings in the fat separator. Yep. But these fools be drooling over my roof. Yeah, Captain Amy, I can imagine. If there's flavor there already in it, sounds like a finished weight thing. I don't know, Captain Newbie. I wouldn't add moisture just to make it heavier. Like I wouldn't do that. Using those brisket drippings to make gravy is the bomb. All right, will be. I'm not a big gravy fan, so that's why I'm not like in it on making that. Victor says there's been a driver shortage for several years. It's just has a greater effect now. Shippers are outbidding others just to get a truck. Yeah. I bought that separator. It works like a charm. Sure enough. Fat separator is a barbecuer's best friend. Yes, indeed, Grumpus. Mark says, gotcha. Yeah. Free CDL courses here in Houston because of the driver shortage. Jeez. I have never been or eaten at Franklin Barbecue. I've been to Austin a couple times. Before Franklin's blew up, I heard about it, and it was just one of those things where when we heard about it when I was down there for work, they were like, oh, this guy popped up and he's got this truck on the side of the gas station, yada yada, blah blah blah. And they were like, the only problem is the lines. It's like we couldn't go and get food for lunch, so that's why we were deterred from going. And then like in between me going the last time I went for work and last year was the last time I went back, and probably I hadn't been to Austin in like 5 to 7 years, maybe even more. Actually, shoot, I hadn't been to Austin since my daughter was born, so probably 8, 9 years. But because of that, I've never been to Aaron Franklin's, and I've heard mixed reviews about Franklin's. It's one of those things where, me being from Philadelphia, I know better than to go to Pat's or Gino's. All right, it has become a tourist destination, if you will, and Aaron Franklin has just he's definitely got that tourist destination vibe going. Now the accolades he's won are probably well deserved, but there's some great places that you can get brisket from, and you won't have to wait in a line nearly like you would at Franklin's. So, yeah. Victor says, I thought you didn't put sauce in your pulled pork. Never said that, Victor. Franklin's is overrated by all the Californians. It lacks the flavor. I thought, all right, well, there you go. I'm not a fat fan unless it's liquefied in cooking. All right. Chase says, all about Terry Blacks. I don't know about that, Chase. B might have something to say about Terry Blacks. He went to Terry Blacks and was not impressed. I'm pretty sure it was Blacks he went to. Unless there's more than, I mean, there's I'm sure. Yeah, correct. The industry is desperate for drivers. Nah, shoot, I thought about driving a truck. I don't know. We'll see. We never know. My career path could change, could pivot. I don't mind driving. I like driving a lot. So driving a truck, being on the open road, and doing something like that, I have definitely given it some thought. Let's see. Mark says, I've seen some YouTube videos and they have people waiting in line at like 4 in the morning till they open at 11. Yeah, man, my time is worth more than that. I went to Blacks. It's Terry's brother. Okay, so not Terry Blacks, just Blacks. One of those things. Grumpa says Snow's barbecue is on my bucket list. Definitely, I would like to go to Snow's. But I like it. So, Mark, if you have not seen, I went to Austin last year, and when we were in Austin, I met with a guy who's in Austin. His name is Alton. Alton's YouTube channel is the Dog Fathers Barbecue YouTube channel. And I met with Alton. I met with Justin at Baby Back Maniac. I met with Greg from Ballistic Barbecue. I met with Jim from Suburban Barbecue. I met with James from Aim 'em and Claim 'em. I met with, CJ from CJ's Cooking or CJ's Q. I'm trying to think who else I met while I was down there. And we went on a barbecue crawl, and it was phenomenal. It was great. We went to Valentina's. So if you ever get a chance to go to Austin, I highly, highly, highly recommend Valentina's. We went to Valentina's for breakfast, and it's a, I won't say it's a small spot, but it's great. Breakfast brisket tacos, phenomenal. The brisket from Valentina's was like second to none, bar none. And I learned my lesson. So I think I ordered a pound of brisket when I was at Valentina's, and then I ordered a brisket taco, and I ate almost all of it, and that was the first thing we ate all day. And I'm like, yum 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 yum. It was great. That was my wife and I went, and I have videos of this, so you can go back and watch. If you do a search for Austin videos, you'll see I was just in Austin a few weeks ago, and you'll see a series of 7 days of videos I was in Austin. But this is from last year, so look at the videos from last year, from February of 2020. Anyway, went to Valentina's, had brisket, had breakfast taco, brisket, breakfast tacos, and when I say phenomenal, it was phenomenal. Ate too much, okay? We left from Valentina's, and we kind of hung out, we did some stuff, and then we went to Style Switch. When I got to Style Switch, I was still full from breakfast, and I was like, I can't eat. I can't eat. I ate too much. So when I was at Style Switch, I was a little underwhelmed. But the good thing at Style Switch was we got a tour of their pits, and that was pretty dope. So again, if you have not seen the videos of that meet up, MEAT up, I highly recommend it. So we got to see the pits at Style Switch. I think that was after we ate. I think it was after we ate. And I was full. I couldn't eat more. Then we drove around, we did some stuff, and then we went to a spot called Louis Mueller's, which is north of Austin. And oh my gosh, Louis Mueller's was great. The grandson of Louis Mueller took us around, and I'm trying to think. I can't remember his name. Oh man, it's escaping me. But he gave us a tour. He talked to us for like an hour and some change, about the history of the spot, and it was great. And we also had like he brought out a huge barbecue platter when we were at Louis Mueller's, and I mean, he treated us so very well. We had a sampling of everything he had, and man, the takeaway from Louis Mueller's was the beef ribs. Like, I love some beef ribs, and they were great. Has anyone used a mixer to spread pulled pork? Yes. So I haven't used the mixer, but I do have an attachment that goes onto my drill. Thanks to Kirk, he hooked me up with that pulled pork drilling attachment thing, and I use it. I love it. I went to smoke shop in Philly when I took my daughter to tour colleges instead of cheesesteak thing. Can't remember the name of it though. Went to a smoke shop. Was it Mike's Barbecue? That's one of the only barbecue spots I know of in Philly. Yeah. What colleges? Like Drexel, Temple, LaSalle? What colleges, man? I'm interested. First letter says I'm building my deck myself, but it's a slow process because of the lumber prices. Sure enough, those sauces they make are great. I saw that video. I think that's the one where you went on tour of Mueller's. Yep, yes it is. So that and obviously I'm not caught up on the comments because I got to talking 300% in the last 18 months. TTVGG EXP says, I like McDonald's. Well, to each his own. Hey man, what do you thought some Big Lee's in Ocala? I've been wanting to try for a hot minute. I don't know who Big Lee's is. I've never been. I won't say I've never been to Ocala, but I really haven't. I don't get to Florida very often. Let's put it that way. I've been to Tampa a time or two. Been down to Orlando a time or two. That's about it. Mueller's in like the top of Texas. He is in. Oh crap! Why can't I think of the name of the damn town? Yes, it was Wayne. It was Wayne. Thank you very much, Mark. It was Wayne. I know I had to take this whole month off and start back up in June. Really don't know when it'll be done. Yeah. Laura says she's back with the snack because Dash is teasing us. I'm sorry. It was on Hunter Highway Theater College. It was like under a highway and a theater college. I don't know. Oh, B says they met the top barbecue in Texas. Fetty Sal? I don't. Something pig. I know a sow was a pig, right? Grumpus said I had a plan on building a new deck and cover this spring. That project is on hold. Sure enough, pretty probably almost permanently, right, Grumpus? Shoot, cost of wood is just ridiculous. All right, so I am. We're getting there as far as the temperature. Nope, not done yet. It was funny, KB. I am monitoring the temperature, and I'm just getting ready to open up the inlet again because the temperature is starting to drop down enough where I think it is moving in the correct direction. So that's great. I still need to grow to the grump layer, B says. Nice. Grumpus says concrete may be in my future. Sure enough. Time for the sawmill, Grumpus, and random acres to cut wood. Shoot. Taylor, Texas. That's exactly where it is. Thank you. KB, you are definitely on my pit crew. For sure. Thank you very much, Mark. Taylor, Texas. Man, so many different places in Texas, so many different people I met, and it's one of those things I can dig in my pocket, and I keep Wayne's card on my person, so that I can tell people about it, like exactly where it is, because it is. I had a great time. Excuse me. At Louis Mueller's. Great time. Wayne was such a phenomenal host. If you haven't seen that there's an hour-long video I did where he took us around, and I'm so sorry that the sound was not better on that video. But if you turn up the sound or wear some headphones while you're watching that video while we took the tour, it was a great video. Thanks. Yeah, first love. No looking back now. Who still hasn't come to Iowa? Smoking Bear, what's going on, man? How you doing? Somebody getting in trouble. You still never come to Iowa? Ooh. Me? Me? You talking about me? I never come to Iowa? Shoot. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Terry, it's nothing personal, man. I need like barbecue destinations to come to in Iowa. What are some things to cook for when you're trying to find great barbecue? Oh, some things to look for. Mark, first thing is the smell. It's got to smell right. Yeah, as soon as you get close, as soon as you walk in, it's got to smell right. It's got to have that good burnt wood, season. Like coming from my house, walking back down to my garage, halfway down the driveway, the smell hit me like what I'm cooking. It hits me. There's a guy in the neighborhood. I don't even know his full name, but I call him G. He introduced himself to me as G. I don't know his full government name, but I've known G since we lived in the house, since we moved into the house. And not too long ago, G was walking past and he's like, God damn, he said, you always got the hood smelling good. So at any time I think of G, I think of him telling me, I always got the hood smelling good. And that is the main thing. It's got to smell right. Like that is the main thing. It's got to smell right. I won't even say you have to have a line outside of the place, but it needs to be well traveled. And sometimes, you can be the person or the catalyst that starts the people going into some place. I would just say keep an open mind when going into new barbecue places or food places in general. Like my wife will look at a spot, she will be like, oh no, I'm not going in there. It doesn't look busy enough. Or it doesn't, this isn't there or that isn't there. And I'm like, yo, what if the spot just opened? Or what if people haven't heard about it? What if you are that hipster that's getting in there before it becomes popular? Like, I'm the type of person, I'll give almost anybody a fair shake. But yeah, this is. First Love says, did you see the list somebody put out about the best barbecue in the country? That was some BS. Like I even said it was BS. The morals gotta smell like history. Dude, Grumpus, you are absolutely right. It's ridiculous. Louis Mueller's was nuts. Like you could see the smoke on the walls. Like it was great. It was great. Like I can like how I can see it here in this garage with certain things. That was the same way it was there. Almost said pungent when I was talking about fetish saw. Okay. Like pungent good or like it was bad. Who the hell was New Jersey in the top of the list for barbecue? Communist, that's who. This is, Smokey D's in Iowa is awesome. The owner won a King's Written Invitation. Oh, all right. How many times was Florida on that list? I don't know. Once or twice. Captain Newbie says no good. Yeah. Let's see here. When I leave barbecue joint, I want my clothes to smell like lunch. Yes, indeed, Grumpus. Dude, you know what's crazy? You say that, right? When I got back from Texas a couple weeks ago, my beard still smelled like smoke a few days after I left. That just that cooker and being all up in all of those pits and everything like that, I still smelled like smoke a few days after. Like it was in my skin, it was in my pores. Where after getting home, washing my beard and everything like that, I still smell smoke on me and in my beard a couple days later. And all of my clothes smell like smoke, like really smell like smoke. And of all of my clothes, the one thing that I don't think I've washed it yet because it's in my dirty clothes hamper to wash, is the t-shirt from Crimson Creek. And the smoke smell has dissipated in the 2 or 3 weeks since I've been home. But I could go get that shirt right now and it still has a faint smell of smoke. There was somebody I did, and I can't remember if it was, I can't remember who it was for, but when I gave him a shirt, and I cooked in the garage, and I hung the shirt up in the garage while I was cooking, so that when I sent it out, it smelled like smoke. It smelled like what I was cooking, and I don't remember who it was for, but I've done that before too. When damn, I missed another one. Sorry, Laura. Kissed by the smoke guys. Yes, you've been kissed by the smoke guys. Refresh. Because you're frozen. Oh, no, Laura. Sorry. Because Jersey people think Jersey does everything the best because our tax rate won't let us leave. Shoot. Side eye any barbecue place where you can't smell the food while you're still outside. Yep. Dash, have you ever done any competition barbecue? And do you like my remixing? I like. All right. So to answer your question, only competitions I've done have been SCA, which is the Steak Cook-Off Association events. That's more than enough competition for me. I am not a big competition cook. I know that. I am way too competitive, and if I don't win, if I don't do well, I'm having a problem, serious problem. With that being said, the SCA events are just enough competition for me. They, uh, it, it's hard to explain. The SCA events, though the two events that I've done, the first event definitely left a sour taste in my mouth. The second event that I did, it was a little bit better, but the first event that I did, the gentleman that I went with, he was from a YouTube channel called Dad Cooks. Was it Dad Cooks? Gosh, I'm so horrible. My memory is shot. But it wasn't Dad Cooks. It was Dad Cooks. I'm thinking of Daddy Cooks, which is another channel. But anyway, that's Philip. But Daddy Cooks, Dad Cooks is who I did this competition with. And again, you can look back. I have videos on that. Just look up SCA and in the videos, and you'll see there's two separate series. The first series, the older series, is the first time, and the second series, the newer series, is the second time. And the first time, I'll save you. We finished dead ass last in the competition, and it was a humbling experience. I just knew that our steak, or I knew our steak was gonna. Well, I knew our flavor was good. Unfortunate, I let the gentleman who I went with, I let him take point, and he made a decision on which steak we were going to turn in, and I thought it was a bad decision, and I said, I think we should turn this one in, and he wanted to turn in that one, and I'm like, all right, I'm only going to say it once. Go ahead, we can turn in that one, and we turned in that one, and it was overdone. So that was one of the main problems with our steak. The flavor, we were getting people saying the flavor was great because it was different. The only problem with that is it was different, so that wasn't what the judges were expecting. And because when you're in a competition, someone sets the expectations, and when you put in something that the judges aren't expecting, they could either like it a lot and score you high, or they could not like it because it's not what they're expecting and score you very low. So, double-edged sword. But as far as my remixing, I think he's a bit braggadocious for me. But sometimes you need that confidence and stuff like that. And he has the hardware and the accolades to prove some of the stuff he talks about. But, sometimes, man, just sit down and eat a humble pie. Like, I mean, it just, anyway. With that being said, though, I would not mind a Myron Mixon smoker. Again, not for nothing. He's got the hardware and all of the chops to back a lot of the stuff he talks about up. But I am a backyard cook. I want you to sit down and enjoy a whole plate, not one bite. I'm just cooking for a different reason. Some people here in this neighborhood rather pay over $10,000 in taxes. Shoot. I get more clients in the mornings when I run out for deliveries, and that barbecue smell is just baked on me. Sure enough, B. I can't remember if I asked before. Anyone else would get a food truck? I would love to. It's just Maryland is just not very conducive to barbecue food trucks. It is difficult in Maryland because they restrict how you can prepare your food. Yep, Captain Newbie says I was last. Captain Newbie says SCA is biased. The interior of my truck smells like barbecue. I need to be an Uber. Yeah. Jimbo Q, how you doing, man? Been a minute. SCA wants that Cosmos taste. Yep. That's exactly it. He does seem like a kind of arrogant sometimes. Sometimes. My remixing just won his fifth championship. No shutting him up now. Yeah. What's going in my garden? Going on in my garden. So, I, I we plant like we've done. I won't say we've done a lot, but I moved the potato boxes from off the concrete pad off to the not potato boxes. I moved the bucket garden onto the side of the house, and my wife planted some other stuff. Man, so I'm gonna be honest. The reason why I haven't done any videos about the garden, one, is because I've been lazy. I just have not wanted to film the garden stuff. I know there's a few of you guys who are interested in it, but to be completely honest, that is not my bread and butter on the channel, and the videos didn't do very well at all. And not that it took away, because there were quite a few people who found my channel and saw the videos about the garden, and then were all into it. Some people stayed for the barbecue stuff, but then other people just didn't. So I'm trying to be more barbecue focused, more barbecue centric, and even doubling down as far as trying to talk more about the specifics of catering and the business of barbecue. Because I had some folks who have channels that are much bigger than mine. They were like, listen, that's all well and good, but you kind of need to focus on this. And to be completely honest, I'm listening to those who are smarter than me in the room. Anthony says, thanks, Dash. Happy smoking. Yes, indeed. We got some smoking going on, and we're almost, I won't say we're almost there, but that's 165 and 154. So we are a few degrees away, and I'm going to open up the, let me check. Oh, no, we still have fire down in here. I'm going to open up the inlet a little bit and get the temperature rolling a bit higher. So we are at the, what is it? Almost 4 hour mark. We put it on the 10, 11, 12, 1. So, yeah, almost 4 hour mark. Jimbo Q says, laying low, shutting down Afghanistan. All right, well, I think you need to change your minds. If you have a sink glove, make sure your food does not cross-contaminate. Laura, maybe I missed. Is that coach from that Waterbury? Had all championships. Waterboard had all championship rings. With mixing this mostly an act for the show. I know a couple people who know him, and he's not all that how he is in real life. I understand, and you know, it's one of those things where sometimes that braggadocious personality, it's too much, man. So it's just off-putting. Captain says, work it, Dash. Yeah, buddy. Ah, boy. Yeah, the temperature is definitely dropping. I'm probably going to... well, the temperature is dropping now because I let cold air in. The temperature should pick up and start turning around. Yep, so we are almost 10 degrees away from our finished temperature on that chicken. Mark says, I guess maybe mixing is kind of Bobby Flay and all of those other people on TV that act to make money and sell stuff. Yeah, I agree. It is off-putting. I mean, look, B will tell you, he's met me in real life. Of the people who are on the live stream right now, Brian will tell you. Brian from the Patriot Barbecue. I'm the same person in person as I am on the live streams. The only difference, and I laugh and joke, but I curse more in person. Once I found out that my kids were watching not my live streams, but my videos, period, I stopped the cursing on my videos. Nah, I mean, I wasn't a F-bomb here or F-bomb there, but I would S this and drop that, and, but now... yeah. B says, yes, he is the same person, and yes, he does curse a lot more in person. Grumpus, I say let the food do the talking. Yes, indeed. And that's it, man. I definitely do let the food do the talking, and you know, it's one of those. Is it Robert Redford that said, "If you build it, they will come and fill the dreams," or somebody from Field of Dreams, "If you build it." And you know, people ask me all the time, "Well, how did you get into it? How did you do this? How did you do that?" The food, man. If you're doing the food right, then just do the food right. And that's one of the other things too. Kevin Costner. All right, thank you. I, anyway, I have developed the flavors and the things that I like over a certain period of time. And you know, Grumpus asked about consistency. How do I do consistency, or how do I make things consistent? I don't change the flavors. I don't change what I season my stuff with. I don't do a whole bunch of experimentation for my customers. So B gave me some things while I was in Texas. Brian gave me some things while I was in Texas, and it's not because I don't want to use them. It's just because I don't change the things that I do all that often. So it's not, you know, it's not for a lack of wanting to try stuff, but like I'll try stuff on my wife and my kids, and they're like, "What's this?" I'm like, "I use a different seasoning." They're like, "Why?" So now I'm like, all right, if I need to use a different seasoning, if I want to do a different seasoning, I have to cook specifically for myself, and I have to try it myself, and it's difficult. Especially when I'm like, if I'm cooking for my family. I'm not trying to cook 39. I'm not a short order cook, all right? So I'm not trying to cook 39 different things for 5 different people. It just does not work. So like if I'm cooking, I'm cooking. And you know what's crazy is, like if I'm home with my wife and my wife is like, "Oh, I'm making a salad today," and I'm like, "All right, well, I found some steak at the market this morning. I happened to pop in there after I dropped the kids off at school. I'm making myself a steak for lunch." She's like, "Okay." And I cook my steak, and I'll use some different seasoning on the steak. And she's like, "Oh, can I taste something?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is good. What did you put on it?" Now, had I made that for you for dinner, you'd have been complaining. So I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Yeah, Mark says my process is consistent, very much so. And you know what, Mark? It was one of those things where when I first started doing barbecue, I said, you know, I want to be like a McDonald's or a Burger King or a Chick-fil-A. When you go into a McDonald's or Burger King or a Chick-fil-A in Philadelphia, in Baltimore, in New York, in Tampa, Florida, in, you know, Canton, Ohio, in LA, they're going to be the same. They have a process, and all of the process is the same for a reason, because you know what to expect. That's the same consistency I've been going for with my barbecue for 6 years now. Actually, shoot, it's 2021, since 2014, so for 7 years now. I gotta learn chicken. It's gonna be my goal this summer. Maybe an attempt at pulled pork. So Russell, I'm telling you, the key to chicken is temperature. The key to chicken is temperature. Those chicken breasts, once they hit 165 degrees, and you'll hear a lot of people will tell you you can pull them before 165 degrees. If I'm cooking for my family, I will pull stuff at 162, 163, and I'll check it. But if I'm cooking for other folks, I'm cooking it to 165. All right, I'm making sure it's a safe food temperature, and then I'm going to pull it. There will be some carryover temperature or a carryover, you know, period. But when it hits that 165 and I take it out of the smoker, I'm pulling it immediately. So that will help to drop the temperature so it doesn't cook any further. And then I'll also, I probably will just throw it in the refrigerator out here since I'm still out here with you guys. But Captain Newbie, Russell, man, we can chop it up. We can talk. I think I'm pretty sure you have my email and stuff like that. It's no secret to pulled pork, man. The thing with pulled pork is, man, if you think it's done, cook it another half an hour to an hour, 2 hours, and it'll be better. I'm telling you, just it's pulled pork. Like I say it all the time. It doesn't impress me when people cook pulled pork, because you can't mess up pulled pork really, as long as you cook it enough. Victor says it doesn't help that someone hasn't sent the sweet potatoes he said he would, so the sweet potato problem is on me, everyone. Nah, man, I have some sweet potatoes here. I have just been lazy, man. Victor, it is not on you, man. It's just I'm not inspired to. I won't say I just have not been inspired, man. I'm not gonna say I'm not in a happy place, but like I'm just blah. All right, I'm just blah, and I've been blah for months now. And I talked about it when I talked about how or why I didn't put out a video. I've just been blah, and not for nothing. Doing the garden, it was I'm gonna say a means to an end, but it made me happy in years before. I wasn't excited about it this year. Just haven't been. Um, so Russell said, my staple is a whole turkey and always sacrifice the skin. Don't sacrifice the skin. Have you ever fallen asleep out there? Yeah, man. First love. Shoot, that's why I'm not drinking. Because I've fallen asleep out here. I'll be sitting in the chair. It'd be nice and it'd be cold out here, and I'm sitting up, curled up, or I was curled up by the fire and drinking some moonshine because you gotta stay warm. Man, I'll be sitting, I'll be sleeping just like that. Um, but I'm good tonight, and it's going on 1 o'clock in the morning, and I slept pretty well last night. I think I was asleep by like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and my alarm went off this morning at 4:30. So that was a good amount of sleep, and I'm actively doing something right now, so you guys are helping me stay awake. So Russ, when you cook chicken, if you are sacrificing or having to sacrifice the skin, I did a video on cooking turkey, and one of the things I'll tell you is if you put butter on that skin, it will help crisp up your skin, and also you need to cook at a higher temperature to help crisp that skin. You have it barbecued until you've fallen asleep at the pit. Yeah, B. Mark says, do you ever use a sous vide method when cooking at all? So, Mark, I have videos on sous vide as well. I do have a sous vide. My wife gave me a sous vide a couple years ago for Christmas, and it's pretty dope. The thing with sous vide is, and the reason why I don't cook with it as much is because of the fact that you're cooking at a constant temperature. That temperature, as soon as you remove whatever the food is from that temperature, your temperature drops immediately. When you are cooking at a higher temperature to bring your food up to temperature, it will ramp up and then it slowly goes back down in temperature. When you're cooking at sous vide and you're cooking at a lower temperature and your food gets to that temperature, as soon as you remove that food from the heat, it's losing temperature right away. So that has been the biggest complaint that I've gotten from like my wife is the food is never hot enough. And I'm like, I'm the type of person that I will wait until my coffee gets cold to drink my coffee. If I drink hot coffee, I hate burning my tongue, I hate burning my lips, and I just gnaw. Like I'm the type of person that I will sit and wait for my coffee to get cooler, and drink my coffee when it's cooler than when it is like piping hot. And then also, if I'm drinking hot coffee, I usually have to have a cold beverage with it. So, is there anyone else out there that does that too, where you have to drink if you're drinking a hot beverage, you have to drink a cold beverage as well? Because that is me through and through. Uh, hmm. Fire department showed up. Yeah. Captain Newbie says you can't film everything. Yeah, the whole country is blah right now. Yeah, Grumpus, you're right. I did the living room while doing pulled pork. Yep. When I had my stand, I had a hammock. Yeah. I can't eat after a long cook. Yeah, I understand that. Shoot. It depends. Like, it really depends on what I'm cooking, where I'm cooking. And shoot, tomorrow's going to be a long day for me. I want this chicken to finish out here. So I'm going to open up the intake all the way. The temperature in the cooker is at 285 degrees currently and dropping. And that's just because the charcoal is worn out. Because it got so hot in there, it burned out that charcoal faster than I really would have liked it to. So the temperature went back up because I opened it up a little bit. and we're sitting at 160 degrees on the chicken. I want the turkey at the breast to be at 165 degrees. Again, I'm typically cooking turkey for other folks. So same 165 degrees on the turkey breast and 175 degrees, 170, 175 on the thighs. Because the thighs are like, they're a thicker meat. So what I will do is I will aim the turkey, the thighs, the dark meat towards the fire, towards the heat source, so that will take more of the heat on, and so the breast won't necessarily get too much heat and dry out. Also, again, man, I did a pretty decent video on cooking turkeys, and I talked about how once the turkey gets the color that I want, I'll cover the turkey up with foil so it doesn't take on any more color. Funny story about turkey. I had a girl one year who ordered 2 turkeys, and she called me up afterward, and the whole thing is this: sometimes the turkeys, depending on where they are in Bessie, they will get darker than others. Okay, just because of where they are in the smoker, sometimes they or depending on the type of wood that I'm using, like there's no guarantee that the turkey's gonna turn out light or dark or whatever. But anyway, this particular year, the turkeys were a little darker than normal. And this girl, I took her 2 turkeys. Boom, I got the 2 turkeys. And the whole thing is, once the turkeys come off, once they're done, I wrap them up, or I tent them. I actually, I let them vent for a while, for about half an hour or so, and then I wrap them up. And once they're wrapped up, I cover them up, and they get prepared to go into the trunk of the car, and then they get delivered. I don't look back at them. I don't see what size this one is or that one is. It's just luck of the draw. So I took the 2 turkeys to this girl, and she called me up later. She sent me a message later, and she says, "I just want to tell you a funny story." And I'm like, "Okay, well, what's up?" She said, "My grandmother looked at your turkeys, and she said they were burnt." I'm like, "They weren't burnt. They're just dark because they're smoked, so they got dark." And she said, "I remember," and I don't remember if she said she had it before or she just kind of trusted the process or whatever, but she was like, they weren't burnt. She said the turkeys were great. She said, but her grandmother looked at this turkey or these turkeys and claimed that the turkeys were burnt and that she wasn't going to eat the turkey. So she said her grandmother sent out her uncle to go find the turkey from the store. They paid too much money for it because they had to get a fresh turkey. Her grandmother proceeded to put a turkey in the oven and cook it like on hell. And she burnt and dried out a turkey. And she was talking about, oh my gosh, everybody check out my turkey, check out my turkey, check out my turkey. This is the one I did. Don't eat the burnt turkeys. Well, she said everybody loved the burnt turkeys, to the point where after a while, the grandmother started taking credit for telling the girl to order the burnt turkeys. I'm like, what? She said, yeah. She said her grandmother thought nobody ate the turkey that she made. She said it was all dried out and it was nasty. And she said everyone loved the turkey she brought to the house. She wanted to make sure she thanked me for, doing the turkeys and this, that, and the other. And she said it was quite a turn of events that the grandmother was claiming credit for the turkeys that I took to the house that she ordered that were burnt. B said I do have the same with coffee and usually add ice. Yep, I love iced coffee. And I hooked up the coffee and drink 18 glasses of water a day. Yeah, well, oh crap. I don't want to just drop this down. Crap. Sorry. I am. Oh boy. I don't want to X out. Oh. What am I doing here? What happened? No. Oh wait. Let's see. This. Crap. Something popped up on this. Oh wait. There we go. All right. Hold on 1 second. Mark says, have you ever had a barbecue training for the oldest taste tester lately? Have you had any more barbecue training? Not really. He's been doing his own thing. And here's one thing, Mark. I never want to be that parent. I don't want to be that parent that forces stuff on my kids. If my kids ask to help me, I'll let them help me. But I try not to say, hey, I need you to do X, Y, and Z. The only training taste tester number one has gotten recently was I let him help me when I first bought the log splitter and I was splitting up some wood. But other than that, he hasn't. Again, I'm not going to force him to do this whole barbecue thing. It's my thing. If he wants to join, then yeah. So we're at 295. I'm watching. Don't worry, Russ. I'm watching. Trust me. We're rolling right along, and the charcoal, like I said, is dying out. So that's why it's struggling now to get closer to 300. Laura says that if you put some butter on it with MCT oil or coconut mix, oh my, that's awesome. So I do not like. I'm not a fan of coconut oil, and MCT. I'm not sure what the MCT oil is. Newbie says I do a vertical smoker with a water pan on the bottom shelf. All right, it's a sideways Joe box, like a freaking like a truck bed Joe box thing. That's what you're talking about. Did you ever get a flat top grill? I have one. First off, I have a Blackstone. I have a tabletop. I have a tabletop Blackstone. I just it's a small 20 or 18 inch, I guess it is. No, Grandma, we ordered turkey. What type of log splitter did I get? I have this is a Tractor Supply special there. Country Line. This is a 25-ton log splitter. It works pretty well. I mean, I've put a tank and a half of fuel through it, or gas through it. Hey Gabe, how you doing? I trained my stepson to mow the yard. He didn't like it. Yeah, that's a great commercial. Does it, Grandpa? Russell said, that's a great commercial. Does your grandma suck at Thanksgiving? Well, if she does, want to impress the rest of your family? Let me know. I will take care of the turkeys for you. Sure enough, man, all the girl had to do was reheat the turkeys, and I make no claims that the turkey's gonna come hot. I tell people, listen, I'm cooking the turkeys overnight. They finish early up in the morning, and I let them get to the point where they cool, and I go ahead and bring them to you, and all you have to do is reheat them, and boom, serve it. All right, we are a few degrees away. All right, 162. And so not only has tonight been my most liked live stream, actually, no, I know for sure I have had like 4-hour live streams before. But I just want to say thank you for hanging out and watching, like, for real. Mark says I've smoked and deep fried turkey, and they're so much better than oven cooked. Yes, Mark. So I tell you, so I smoke turkeys for customers, okay? People who are paying me. I fry turkeys for my family. I'm usually frying 2 to 4 turkeys a year. Obviously, last year was a bit different. For Thanksgiving, I fried a turkey for us. Did I fry a turkey for us here? I did fry a turkey for us here. And it didn't turn out as well as I would have liked it to. My oil was too hot, and the whole thing was the thermometer I was using was off. So I was using a thermometer that came with one of the turkey fryers I bought years ago, and it just wasn't calibrated. It was off. So I thought that the temperature in the oil was lower than it was. Now, the turkey was fine. It was crispy on the outside, but the turkey tasted fine. But in years past, and more often than not, what I end up doing is we will go to my sister-in-law's house, and I'll fry at least 1, sometimes 2 turkeys. And some of you guys who have been around for a while, if you look back at, there's live streams from Turkeygate. If you do hashtag Turkeygate, so we don't do a tailgate, we do a Turkeygate, where my sister-in-law and I will, we set up outside, and I have on a nice woolly scully, and we get to drinking, and I'm frying turkeys. Usually I'm the one that's standing out by the turkey fryer, and then people kind of cycle in and through, and we laugh and joke and dance around and do all types of stuff. while monitoring the turkey. And that's my sister-in-law and I's thing. You know, she does all of the sides and stuff like that, and she gets the turkey ready for me, and I'll fry the turkey, and boom, that's it. So, like, I've been frying turkeys for probably 10 years. So, you know, all these people who are like, oh, I'm frying the turkey for the first time. Pff, man, I've been frying turkeys. Been frying turkeys. Got it down to a science. I don't even have to look up how long it takes to fry turkeys anymore. I already know. All I need to know is the weight, and I'll be able to tell you how long it'll take. Um, let's see. Victor says the problem I have almost had a problem with smoked turkey is those who haven't had smoked turkey and are not familiar with the smoke ring, and I think the turkey is still raw. Yes, indeed, Victor. That is not just a thing with turkey. I have told you guys that I've had people, you know, like I had a girl with some ribs, man. She was obnoxious. She was like, the ribs ain't done. Yes, they are, miss. they are done. She's like, they pink. Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. Like, have you never had smoked meat before? That's what happens with smoked meat. The meat's pink. Well, it's pink. If it's pink, it ain't done. If you notice, the pink is from the outside towards the bone, not from the bone towards the meat. She's like, well, these ain't done. I'm gonna cook them some more. Mister, there's no need to do that. Like, you're going to destroy and ruin the ribs if you overcook them. They're already done. I can assure you that they're done. And so from then on, I would tell people, hey, the smoking process, you're going to see some pink. The pink is going to be from the outside edge in. That's the smoke and the heat and the smoke permeating in from the outside. You notice when stuff is underdone or undone or pink, it's from the bone out. That's when it's not done. And yeah, Victor, you just have to educate people. B says I like those longer ones because I'm always working nights. Yeah. KB says I was fun. Oh, I like these longer ones because I'm always working nights. Well, understandable, B. It was fun being part of your pit crew dash. I gotta hit the hay. 3 a.m. wake up call. Cheers, everybody. Hey, KB, be easy. Thank you so very much. Mark says we usually have a ham and turkey for Thanksgiving. Yep, we don't do ham. Like, I'll cook a ham here for my house, for my house, because my wife and kids. My wife really likes ham, so I'll make a ham for her. But ham is easy. Like, I see people double smoking hams and this, that, and the other. I'm like, why? The ham's already smoked. All you gotta do is warm it up. I don't know. I just, it's not my thing. Like, again, I keep it simple, and I'm not doing a whole bunch of stuff just because. Yeah. Russell says, I do say I'm fortunate enough to have learned that you can over smoke a thing. Yeah, man. I like, gosh. You can't fix stupid. Yeah, Mark. See smoke coming out of, I don't see smoke coming out of Vicky. And the whole thing, the reason is the temperature has dropped down. And the fire is starting to drop off. And there are wisps. Oh, gosh. It's faint. I can see it. But you guys can't see it from where your vantage point. But hopefully you can see. And with the background there. Because the temperature is dropping off. And this is what I'm talking about. You can see the moisture there. And the moisture there. All right. And it's crazy because it's coming up, hitting this, and then going back down and condensing back in there. So we got our own little, is it the water cycle or the rain cycle or whatever happening over there, which is cool. And it's funny, somebody was talking about liquid smoke not too long ago, and I can't remember if it was you, Victor, or not, but if I stuck a bowl and collected that liquid, man, I could sell it as liquid smoke, and it definitely would. I won't say sell, but you could add it to different things to flavor stuff. Do you ever have to get vulgar, like open your effing mouth and taste? No, I don't get vulgar with folks. More often than not, I just refund people. It's easier. People complain about different things, and I'm like, but I don't. If you educate people, then they know, and then it won't be like people won't have that, I'll say, aversion. But you can't muffle duct tape. So the window is permanently open. Yeah. So that the structure, the way this, I would say, building is cinder blocks, and there must have been an actual window there at one point, but they bricked it up. They put bricks in it, or like ceramic tiles, or I don't know what the hell they are, but it goes up to the point where people can't see in. So it's about, from standing in here in the garage, it's about 6 feet high or so. Actually, it's probably closer to 7 feet high. And when you're outside, it's 8 feet high, so you can't see into the garage. But it's pretty perfect for me, and you can see some of those the bricks. It's like a decorative brick or whatever. The way it's set up is, this smoker is like 7 feet high, and that exhaust goes right out the window, and I leave it open. It stays open. There's another window, I'm trying to point because it's backwards, down there. When it was the same thing, was open. When we moved in, what I did was I put a piece of plywood up, and that plywood has been there for 15 years. Captain News has got to get a hood. Yeah, when you first met my wife, when I first met my wife, it took some convincing the meat was cooked because she had never seen a smoke ring on meat before. Yeah, shoot. All right, Laura, I might as well. So my chicken is at 163 degrees. So Laura, there you go. So the guy who lived here before, like I said, this window, there was a window here at some point, and they just took it out, or it fell out, or whatever, and they put this in, and so this brick here, there was two of them, but the other one fell out, I think, over time, and this is like the perfect height for the smoker exhaust, and it works well for Vicky as well as Bessie. In Bernadette, the pipe for Bernadette is a bit higher, so it sticks out and over, and it just hangs down a little bit. But this is a round tube, and this is a square tube, so I can get the pipe to go down into the square tube there. And on Bessie, it's a round tube, so straight. This is a 6-inch square, or excuse me, 6-inch pipe, and this is, I think it might be a 6-inch tube. If it's not a 6-inch tube, then it's an 8-inch tube, so it fits down in there. So I think it might be a 6-inch square tube. Anyway, I'm sure that's probably more information than you were bargaining for, Laura, but sometimes you get some stuff when we are just grasping at straws at this point to keep you guys entertained. Let's see, 25 of you guys who are still here. Hey, listen, if you have not already hit that thumbs up button for me, I would greatly appreciate it if you could. I gotta say thank you again for hanging out and hanging on. Like, y'all are really doing something here. And there's an extra one of you guys, 26 of you guys hanging out currently. Let's see. Oh, and I don't inject applesauce into a whole turkey. I tried that last year. It scared the heck out of me when I cut it open. The applesauce came out. Yeah, man. I don't do injections, and I joke and I kid. But I like, the reason why I say I don't do injections is because I grew up in Philadelphia in the 80s, and like crack and heroin and also drugs were rampant, and I've seen, I don't want track marks in my food, and when you inject something into a muscle, and like a flavor, or even garlic, I wouldn't be opposed to garlic, but like, it's gonna leave a mark, and it's gonna be a pocket of like seasoning, and nope, I don't do injections. I just don't do injections. So, but Russ, I mean, it's one of those things. Yeah. I thought the turkey was poisoned. Gabriel, yeah, man, I do have a big garage, and I don't show it, you know, in the videos and stuff like that. Like it's deceiving, how big this garage is, and somebody did the math earlier, but it's 25. The area where I'm sitting currently is 25 feet wide, and it's 50 feet long, from the door to the back wall, and like you guys can see, I put up shelves last year, and I got a lot of the stuff that was like hanging out down and around and organized. So like I put Johnny Five back there along that back wall. I actually got to pull Johnny Five out tomorrow because I'm going to be cooking at the kids' school tomorrow. The eighth grade, taste tester number 2 is graduating from elementary school tomorrow, and I'm cooking for them just some hot dogs and hamburgers. Grumpus says we making history here. Yeah, definitely. This is the most liked video I have ever done. Most liked live stream I've ever done. Captain Newbie says clears only. I do brine. I do brine my my turkeys as well. But I do a simple brine, salt, sugar, and a little bit of seasoning. I don't do like a whole bunch of fruit and all type. Man, keep it. Barbecue is meant to be simple. Come on, I'm waiting. 2 degrees to go, and I know. If I come over here and actually check the temperature on, give me a second here. All right. Come on, turn. There we go. Sorry. As I look at my garage being held together with a come along, no kidding, your garage makes me jelly, huh? Do I eat applesauce? Yeah, well, I don't still eat applesauce. I haven't eaten applesauce in a while, but it's one of those things that my kids, I have kids, and it occasionally gets into the house. All right, so these thighs are done. I'm gonna pull these thighs because they are done. And the breast, these are done. This one. Nope. It's at 165 when I probe it. So this is why I will take the time to come and check things, because that, I guess the spot where I had it probed is just reading a little bit low. But when I use the instant probe, it probes at 165. So at this point, we are going to, sorry, I'm trying to get you guys twisted here. There we go. So now, I'm gonna get these thighs out, and I would just crush them up right now, but I really just want to get them into the pan quickly without making too much of a mess and or dropping a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm gonna get this into the pan, and then I'm going to get some gloves on and pull it. Separate everything. Breasts are done as well. Ooh, buddy, it's hot. Here's another glove. This is why you should put both gloves on, like you're feeling fine. All right. Now I can hold it. Get all the chicken out. And I'll put the breast on one side and the thighs on the other, just so I can pull them easier. But they're all getting pulled and going to be in this pan later together, so it doesn't matter. And I'm sorry I have my back to you guys, obviously, but we're going to get this chicken out. And all right, so chicken is done. Definitely. And that's usually my catalyst for when I will take stuff and put this chicken on the seat I was sitting on for a moment and get it covered and taken into the house. Now, I'm going to move that out of the way for a second. Get some of the stuff that's on the shelf knocked off and down. And then what I'll do is, a lot of the stuff that drips down onto the floor, ash. I will put ash onto the floor to make it easier to clean up. Kind of like sawdust. And to make it easier, and look, piece of chicken. Put that on the pile. Get our briskets. Ooh. These things are hot. Dripping on me. All right, so I'm gonna get those moved up in the smoker for a couple minutes. What I'm gonna do is get the I'm gonna get the chicken in the house and get it pulled, and then I will get that situated. Once I get that situated and put in the refrigerator, I'll come back out here, get the brisket and the pork shoulder, and I will bring them, wrap them up, bring them in the house. They've been out here for 4.5, or by the time I finish this, it'll probably be 4.5, almost 5 hours. And go from there. Let's see. Let's see. Like how Dash is talking, we can hear him. Yeah. I'm back, lost service. All right. Well, thanks, Preston. Welcome back. Stinking Good Barbecue says, good morning, Cypress Blue. And I always brine my turkeys. Yes, welcome back, Preston, for sure. Walking by talking. Yep. How do you like the little giant? Yeah, I like it. We'll keep the pastas at bay. Yeah, buddy. I'm almost done. I'm ready to go lay down. So like I said, I'm gonna get this chicken pulled because it's easier to pull the chicken when it's hot. I learned from experience that the chicken is best pulled when it's hot, and I will pull that, and I'll let the brisket and that pork shoulder sit over there for just a little while longer. By the time I am done with the chicken, the brisket and the pork shoulder will be ready for me to take into the house. I'm gonna wrap each of them up individually, take them all into the house, and get them into the oven. Got got it done in a bus tub. No. So I use the aluminum foil pans. Hopefully you saw me put it in a pan. Preston says, good night, everyone. I got to get up in a few hours. I got 30 tons of asphalt to lay tomorrow. Jeez. Well, yeah, today. Definitely know the feeling on that one. Hey, look, guys, I cannot say thank you so very much enough for you hanging out. Like, this has been one for the books. That's for daggone sure. Whew, goodness gracious, I am beat. Oh man, the numbers of people who are watching has increased. So listen, if you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button for me. I greatly appreciate it. Laura says good night. Bye for now. Everett says great stream. I know, like you guys are gonna wanna cook all the time with me. The only problem is I don't usually cook on Wednesdays into Thursdays, so that's why tonight was definitely special. So those of you guys who have been here, I can't say thank you guys enough. I know, man. Captain Newbie, 164 likes I see on a video. Cal, he says 165. Let's see if I see it. Myself too. Do you have a restaurant? No, more. I do not have a. I don't have a restaurant. I'm just cooking. I won't say cooking to order. I am cooking. Small event catering. I'm sorry, fried. I didn't know I should have gotten my grill gun through your link. Oops. Nah, no problem, Victor. No problem. Thanks, Dash, for the conversation and answering all my questions. No worries, man. Mark, I'm telling you, you guys helped me stay awake. Like, if it was not for you guys, I probably would have been asleep a long, long time ago. Peace. Good night, brother. Good night, everybody. Yes, indeed, B. Thanks for hanging out. Definitely. Holy cow. 167. If I didn't have to go inside and exactly, Russ, you hang up. No, you hang up. If I didn't have to go inside and get the chicken taken care of, I would probably still. I mean, Everett says cheers. Good night, Dash, and everyone. Thanks, Terry. All right, I'm going for real now. All right. Thank you guys. This has been awesome. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out. Really do appreciate you guys all hanging out and being here. From those of you who were here for a minute, those of you who have been here from almost the entire 4-hour stream. Man, thank you guys so very much. And if you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button for me one more time. And I'm gone for real this time.